Hello everyone and welcome to episode 12 of Disco Elysium. We'll probably jump more directly in. Last episode we had a great big recap, in part because it was episode, 11, happening just after our big, episode 10, and there had been a lot of plot developments. But in episode 11, I might share some feedback at the end of this episode, but the episode that we did just prior to this was an interesting experience, and let's see where any of it goes. Where we left off, we are inside a church. That church features an odd sort of like cone of silence, an area in the church where all sound and a lot of other sensation appear to drop off to nothing. We're also noting here that we've lost transcoding for this episode. It tends to happen once every few episodes, so apologies to anybody attempting to watch on mobile. And with that said, we're going to jump straight in here. Right where we left, the owner or operator of a radio computer with some... oh, hold on, I can't pause it here. She has a machine, a radio computer with a bunch of wires that are running into dishes of water. If I was to guess, the water is there to pick up any kind of vibration that would then be read by the wires, sort of like the contact microphone that Estelle, I think that was her name, had. But that's very much a guess. Let's go talk to her and actually find out. Just shining the flashlight directly in her eyes. The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. She walked in and caught us, like, interacting with the machine, but I will say that in fairness, all I did was sort of touch it a little bit. We were, talking to it. Oh, that's right, we were reading through a printout. Let's start with, I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It does not look like a big loss to her. Hey, are you the programmer of Wirral Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Who are you and what are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
She turns back to the terminal.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Okay, logic is better at gauging people's ages than I am. Oh boy, hello, hello to Blah-Blah-Blah. Blah-Blah-Blah, we don't have the transcoding options in this episode, so apologies if you have any trouble watching along. I know that people on mobile have a tough time with it. By the way, Kim here has a very, Alfred Hitchcock profile against the wall due to our flashlight. She's definitely seen the Crabman. There's no... Well, I guess we'll ask her about it. I don't know why we're calling him Crabman. He's a guy who climbs up into the rafters. That seems way more descriptive.
Nope.
But you know he's around.
Yes.
He's seen you.
And?
It's probably not a big deal then.
No. You're right. I'm not.
Her voice trails off as she bends over to tinker with the machine's printer. I am really bothering her in her job here. Why are there so many machines in this place? And more specifically, my question is, hello to Grumpy! Grumpy, how are you? I hope that you're having a great weekend so far. Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
I really want to know about the bowls of water.
They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Why do you need that antenna over there?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefect's processing unit.
What?
RAIN prefect. My radio computer.
And the antenna is the processing unit, which it shouldn't be? That doesn't make any sense?
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
She has stopped working now, although you wouldn't know it from the amount of typing that she's doing. You know something? I'm never honest with anyone. I don't really know anything about this world, to be honest.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
What's on air?
On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love.
Conceptualization, that is incredibly unhelpful. And the AR-1, is it a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable.
My best guess is that what we're being introduced here is this universe's version of cloud computing, where there's like a radio wave or frequency that you can upload and download information on, and the work is actually being done elsewhere.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
Well, I'm glad we could engage her in a topic that she's interested in. What are you doing with your radio computer?
I'm working.
Obviously.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casts in her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Jesse Eisenberg's portrayal of Mark Zuckerberg in The Social Network. A movie that I watched and said, I want to dedicate the rest of my life to not being like this person.
Great.
Blah Blah is asking, will she allow a rave party near her computer? Blah Blah, I think the answer to that is absolutely not. I think that Crabman is perfectly comfortable with this. I think that she is really going to be our stickler on this. What are you doing in an abandoned church? How do you feel? How do you feel about anodic dance music? Let's start with what are you doing here?
You really like those questions, don't you?
There's a hint of amusement in her eye. So I think it's about time to introduce myself as a police officer wearing this weird head cap, skull cap? What do you call this? I really don't know what this hat is called, but it doesn't seem like the sort of thing that a police officer would typically wear. I'm comfortable with it, but she might not be. There's been complaints to your neighbors, but not really. I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
I wasn't saying I was going to throw you out. I want to know about the research. What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Ah, hold on. So, this is important because remember in the last episode when we were talking about the cone of silence, I was thinking to myself, this sounds a lot like how the Pale is described. This sort of empty blank space between these shards of land, and a 2mm hole in the world sounds like the sort of thing that the Pale might be leaking through and generating that cone of silence.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
She stares at the burnished antenna on the nearby table. A hole in the world, what does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze on you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. I have to say, this is the exact question. This is me exposing my lack of understanding about the structure of the universe. I don't understand what space is. I don't understand what it is. What, aside, like distance separates the Earth from the moon, but the Earth has, like, an atmosphere. And then there's a lot of area between the Earth and the moon. And that area is filled up with, like, energy and different forms of energy, radiation, light, and so forth. But what physically separates the part if there's like the objects, if there's not matter between them. And it's just sort of a weird conceptual issue that I have. Like, I am sitting on a chair and there is air between me and the monitor, so like there's a measurable amount of matter between me and where the monitor is sitting. If I was in a vacuum and there's absolutely no matter between me and the monitor, what's between me and the monitor? If it's not matter, sorry, it still bends my mind a little bit, and this is just me being dumb. I don't understand how things are held apart if not by physical objects. I don't know, I'm very basic.
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Okay, logic is good. Does that mean we're living in a world that has holes in it? You measure it by collecting data on its surroundings on that which exists. Well, that's what logic just said. Let's go with that.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located? Well, Crabman knows where it is. It's up in the... He said that the higher he goes, the more sort of like phased out he becomes. Well, well, actually, let's follow up on what she just said. You said the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Honestly, she must be so irritated. She doesn't have any idea who I am. I've just walked into the thing that she's doing, and I'm just like shining a flashlight on her radio computer screen and asking all of these inane questions. Do you have any idea where the hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch black heights above, but without much success. Yeah, I had the same problem last episode.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might... Responsible? No, he's not responsible. What an odd thing for my character to think. No, but he's going to know more about it. He can probably pinpoint exactly where that hole is.
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world for now.
Great. Thanks.
So I can go back to that topic. How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
I think we all hate it, Suna.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Have you even listened to it? Like, actually listened? What are you, 40? It's like the future of dance music. Same here, doesn't connect here. Not like disco does, anyway. I can tap on my heart. That was quick. Why do you hate it? Well, I know what I would say. But Conceptualizations really likes it. So let's go with, have you even listened to it? Like, actually listened?
Yeah. Like, all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they?
She pulls a face that looks absolutely scathing.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right. But how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
It's not a youth center. It's not a... A petting zoo would be nice. I like that. I like that my character would think that this church could be a petting zoo. Community space to help the elderly. I'm still convinced they want to establish a nightclub for anodic dance music. They said it's their dream. They, so here's what we know. They've got a tent full of what appears to be acoustic equipment, And the only topic of conversation they talked about was the dance. Now, there were some roles that I failed in trying to talk to them, so I don't have the entire topic. Yeah, blah 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 is also voting for petting zoo. Take a guess. You know something? She's snippy and sarcastic with me. I am going to say petting zoo.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Kim, I could really use you in there. You're very discerning. All right, I'll let you work in peace. Now, honestly, as of last episode, I don't know what was up. Estelle refused to talk about her friends. Maybe she'll open up later after you've helped them set up the nightclub. Find a tape with a melody for Egghead. Yeah, I don't know where to go with that. Sync the signs with Noid. Noid doesn't want to talk to you. Guess you'll need to help him and his friends somehow to prove that you're one of the crew. Help the Ravers start a nightclub. Alright, so we're going to have to go talk to Andre. And with that done, now remember, we're not supposed to run in here, so we're just going to walk out. With that, I think that we've done everything that there is to do inside the church. It's also getting very late. I'm going to have to check the time here. 2200, so what is that, 10? Yeah, almost 11. So, let's go talk with the young'uns. I don't know what time they turn in. Probably real late. I'm gonna keep this flashlight on, though. I feel very official here.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Suna said there's something amiss, and so that's logic. Wait, that's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
Thank you. Also, that music is very loud. Do I have anything at all that is plus logic? Oh, actually, my hat is plus logic. That's nice. And also, I'm checking real quick to see if there's anything that's negative logic. No. Okay, do I have any plus logic glasses? Yes, I do. +1 logic. Alright, that takes away some of my authority, but I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay, anything else? No, that's interfacing, electrochemistry. Oh, this hat is... No, that hat is only +1 logic. I don't think there's anything else in here that is good for logic. Yeah. Alright.
Hi again. So,
okay, we got it from 42 up to 58%. I will take it. Come on, big money.
Well,
God damn it.
You're a smart cop, and a smart cop like you would understand if something wasn't quite right. So this should be easy.
I just want to point out that inside this tent, that is the third over 50% roll basically in a row that we failed. We failed an 80-something, a 70-something, and now a 58 plus, 58%. I cannot pass any rolls with this trio.
The gist of it is, they want to turn the church into a club, but a suspicious element has overtaken the building. It's very important to understand what the gist of things is. Always consult the gist before making up your mind. This is going well. Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out.
I hate the fact that I fail all these rolls.
And? What happened?
I talked with the crab man.
Oh, man. Who is he? What did you think?
He seemed to be okay, to be honest. Very spiritual. Yeah.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Just preaching and praying from the looks of it.
No matter. Is he going to be a problem? Yeah. Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we going to do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
So blah 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 is asking, can you ever change your face? Referring to this hideous visage down here. There is a mirror in the Whirling in Rags that I think it's either your encyclopedia. There's a couple different checks there. One is encyclopedia and one is like composure or something like that will allow you to stop making the expression. I do not know what your face turns into then or if that actually does change the expression, but yeah, there's allegedly something in there that you can do it. And after you fail the white roll, can you try it again? When can you try it again? The next day. You have to, as far as I know, either put a point in it or get a bonus from some other source. So I failed that logic check once before. Then Suna said, why don't you go back to them? Which, hey, something's up. That gave me an additional +1 for like a story reason. And I still failed it. So to answer that question, I need to add a point or get some other like story-based thing. What doesn't count is putting on a different piece of clothing. So if I found like a +1 logic pants or something like that, that would not allow me to remake it. Although there was there was one thing regarding the dead body hanging up outside the Whirling in Rags that was actually just wait 1 day and that allowed me to roll again. He keeps himself physically active, takes spiritual salts and doesn't drink. Who am I to evict such a... I like that. No. Yeah, he keeps himself physically active. He seems cool. Who am I to evict such a person?
But he's likely up to no good. He's a crab man. A menace to society.
I doubt that. Besides, I'm pretty sure it's impossible to catch him climbing around up there.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I don't think he really gives a damn about you or anybody else.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you guys haven't been completely honest with me about your plans.
Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
I do see his point. I mean, she's a spooky programmer, but this guy has spiky Lisa Simpson hair and also paints weird polka dots on his neck. So,
Feel the love. Get down and feel it.
Who should I trust? The stuffy tent muffles the last two words. The command fails to impress.
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
The love, not really feeling it.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it?
She did not like the idea.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
So one thing about my character is that I am willing to play along with the opinions of others to form a better relationship to them, but I'm not willing to lie about other people. At least that's been my rule so far, especially when I'm on a job. I want to give them factual information, because if you're perceived as a liar in this sort of like policeman's line of work, a detective's line of work, you're never, ever going to get that trust back. She absolutely does not, really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I am not going to throw her out, but I will try convincing her.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend.
Oh, see, okay, so like, blah, 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 here's an example. So I confronted him about Suna's hint. Do you see that there? So now I get to roll again. So I didn't change anything, but we progressed the story. So now I have another swing at this. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this again.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look.
And that's why I don't reload any of these failures, because I'd rather progress and do it the right way.
How about gather around, kids?
Sure, drama has a good sense of it. Okay, kids, now gather round.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned.
I just want to note that Egghead, the way that this is drawn, there's like a triangle back here, which appears to be like part of the, like a bit of graffito or something like that. But it always looks to me like an ear, like he's a very pointy-eared elf or something.
Their would-be leader is less amused.
Okay, sometime in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now, but before that, I have reason to believe that I was a police detective. I'm actually going to say this, I like it.
But you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees that I'm a disgrace for the universe. I don't want to say that. I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Yiffertor. I could have been captain. Imagine that.
What happened?
Egghead looks serious suddenly. So disco happened. It smelled so impossibly sweet. Life tore me a new asshole. I happened to myself. I don't know. I don't know what this means, unless it's speed. I like taking responsibility for myself, so I'm going to say I did.
That's a real downer.
He shakes his large head. Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
So, we can say, Suna said you've been lying about your plans, your answer was unconvincing, or this isn't the makings of a club, it's a tent full of laboratory equipment for... Is it? Okay, I didn't know that. So I like that Suna said you've been lying about this because it is non-specific and it might prompt him to say something revealing and trip himself up. Plus the fact that did we know anything about there being lab equipment in here? I really thought it was all audio equipment.
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
Blah Blah says that to him, this guy looks Super Saiyan. Yeah, he does have a very vibrant hair color. Very uniform, too. You can't see a lot of strands in there. Okay, not the makings of a club. It's full of laboratory equipment.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He pointed a speaker. I think Jesse Pinkman also had speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend? Who am I asking that of? You have no headphones. Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape? The distilled water... That's right, we did hear something about distilled water, I think, at some point. Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend? I'm going to ask that because I don't know what it means.
What do you mean, friend?
Oh, the other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawn them, likely for lab equipment and drug ingredients.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
Well, the distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
I like these guys are more, and this goes for pretty much everyone in the game, they're so much more loquacious than actual people than I would be. Like, here's a bunch of music-thumping dope heads that want to set up a crime lab, and they point out that water is the foundation of all cellular-based life. There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you try to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
I can say against the law, punishable by summary execution. I don't think that I like that one. Or preposterous. I'm gonna go with I actually, here's the thing, I actually don't know if it's against the law. What we learned earlier is that being in possession of narcotics is actually not illegal here, so I don't actually know that setting up a drug lab is illegal. Especially not if they're using distilled water to keep it clean. So, preposterous?
I meant to say, not true.
So, what are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
Okay. Well, my entire character is wrapped up in doing what my empathy and intellect say, so I don't really care. I just want to crack the case. Do what you want and I'll do what I want.
Really?
Really? I wanted to ask you about something else? Do I really want to do that? Because suggestion said it would begin by telling him that you don't care about it. But empathy also said he's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. Okay, I'm going to go with number one. Of course, not really.
Or else?
There's an audible clank as he lets a wrench drop into his toolbox. We'll see. Now, like, this is an empty threat. Calling for backup and hauling off all of you off to the pen. It's an empty threat, and frankly, they seem intelligent and well-versed enough that I think they would know it. So, we'll see. Talk.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershall.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
Speed, you say?
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Can I get my foot in your door? How about a little bit of free speed and we can all call it even? Why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
So, what now?
This is it. Judgment time.
So, I don't actually want to bribe. Arrest them. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for anotic music. It wouldn't work well without the lab. Do what you have to keep the club alive. Proceed with both. Well, I'll tell you what. Kim is not here. And I would like to have access to more speed, I think. My character's a big drug addict. Right? But what do I want to do? I don't want there to be speed, but my character does, because my character wants to take speed. And I haven't taken the speed that I have, because the only dose, and I don't have a refill. If I let them set up the lab, then my character will have as much speed as he needs. Oh no, I don't know what to do. So here's, okay, let's work through what we're not going to do. I'm not going to ask for a bribe. Wait, ask for a bribe first. Maybe I am gonna... Wait, I'm already rethinking this. What if I ask for the bribe? No, because then if I shake them down, they're not going to give me a good. They're going to make it back tenfold in how much it costs to get speed. Fuck it. It wouldn't work without the lab. Do what you have to keep the club alive. Kids at home, don't do drugs. Please don't do speed.
Yeah!
The young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
Respectable. I'm really feeling the science right about now.
I'll go talk to Suna again. Maybe there's some way to persuade her.
I'm sure you'll figure something out. We can manage it with her if we get inside. Keep us updated about the situation. Maybe we can help somehow.
He thrusts his toothbrush towards you. Why does he have a toothbrush? Anyway, all right, that's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
All right, so...
Huh? I see you're here again. Off-sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
Well, he just said that our sign... He was really feeling our sign, so...
Nah.
Yeah.
You heard me.
Okay. I guess I've gotta get him what he wants. Sorry, Bobby blessed, but Eggman says speed is yeah. Oh, Kim, it's so late. Don't you want to go to bed and then I can go talk to Klasia?
Hello again.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
She doesn't appear surprised.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
The lieutenant looks at the ocean, squinting his eyes.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
I don't care, I'm loco. Just wanted you to know that I know about the plan.
Okay, but I still regret it. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Once I cracked their play, I really didn't care. I'm not an arbiter. You're someone else's problem.
Good call, detective. You can lose your mind trying to mediate everything these delinquents come up with. Fate will take care of it for us.
That's a dark outlook. I mean, I'm not sure it's as dark as I want to take speed, but Kim is like, it's not our problem. Let fate take its course.
We won't be anyone's problem. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
Okay, as far as I know, we're all here. Let me just see if
Sure.
what...
Contact Mike.
Yeah, contact Mike. No, okay.
Okay.
So let's go back and talk with Suna. And then I also wanted to see if Idiot Doom Spiral, which is actually his name, if Idiot Doom Spiral is available. Because I do have his coat, or at least what appears to be his coat. Okay, walk slow. I should note that, it was, some part of my brain that said, hey, don't run in here. And I'm taking that seriously. Hey, Suna.
Yes, what is it?
Hey, what about this? What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre and he wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
You don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
I don't like bitter. Have you ever... question for chat. Have you ever in your life described someone as bitter to their face and they took it okay? Because that doesn't seem like a very positive adjective to apply to a person. However, I do feel like this is relevant, and it's possible, at least possible, that I can go back to her old company and get something out of that radio computer. So that's why I want to ask her about it.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Holy shit. Remember all those points we put in a suggestion? Ladies and gentlemen, a 97% chance. A, her research is not going well. B, discovered Fortress accident, which I think was something that I did when I was in the failed commercial district. And C, discussed Fortress accident with Dice Maker, who, wow, we haven't seen her since like episode 2. Yeah, let's do it.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
All right, listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something?
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
So, but before even looking at this, there's a couple things that we know. Number one, there's a frozen ice box in the basement of the place that I thought was going to have something in it relevant to the radio computer. It is possible that that's wrong, but I need a stronger pry bar to get it open, because even after unplugging it, it was still frozen so solid that my current pry bar just isn't going to make it work. Number two, when we talked on the radio computer over there, we didn't know the password. Assuming it is the same password of like, I don't remember from last episode, but my character will remember, that might get us a lot further. So what's an offsite copy and why do you need it? By your old workspace, do you need the Studio Fortress accident? Yeah, let's, why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She points to the glowing cube inside the machine. Blah 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 is also saying, I told a friend once she is sour. It did not go well. Yeah, people don't like being told or being interpreted as being jealous, bitter, sour, petulant. Like, these are all very, what's the phrase that I'm thinking of? They carry with them a very, very negative connotation. So, yeah, that's not the sort of word. I'm also trying to briefly readjust chat because I want to try to make sure that we get to read what people are saying. I gotta say, blah, 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 just so you know, we're both so happy that you've been enjoying this. And, like, anytime you miss an episode when you said that you go back, that's just super cool because I have greatly enjoyed discovering this game. And it's nice to know that there's others who are along for the long haul as well. Okay.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
That's an oddly good question, Rhetoric. Let's ask.
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on site.
All right, let's not get nitpicky, Rhetoric. And also, that's the frozen lockbox that we can't get inside.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear?
She stares at you with pleading, furious eyes. I don't think I've ever heard those two ideas put together.
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
By your old workspace, you mean the Studio Fortress accident in the doomed commercial area?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Should I cut? So, I have already been there, and part of me wants to cut to the chase, but the thing is, I like hearing what the characters say about each other.
That's her name, I believe.
Where exactly is the off-site copy?
There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
She gives you a rueful smile.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying,
I found a note from the ice bear So I just like sentences like this in video games. I found a note from the Ice Bear fridge. It said the offsite copy had been moved to a safer place. Wait, again, before I say that, I want to know why can't you go and get the filament yourself? Now, I will also point out that in a lesser game, I would be concerned about breaking the game. You know, sometimes like the flag doesn't carry over, you can get yourself locked out of a quest if you do something the game is not expecting, but my character is a detective. He likes asking questions. He wants to hear everything that he can from this woman when her guard might be a little bit down. So why can't you just go get the filament yourself?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means.
Why does she think that?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
Okay, we're not asking if it does emit evil. That's a bit biased, don't you think? But I'm saying that she's biased against these people who live here. I'm gonna say don't be too harsh. That's only because of their socioeconomic situation.
Yes, but she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Rame Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offsite copy. All right?
I've actually already been there. So this is where we're going to go forward. So blah 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 is saying sounds like 5G in our world, conspiracies about evil. Yeah, a lot of mainstream right-wing conspiracies in our actual world sound to me like somebody somewhere said, well, what's the stupidest thing that we can possibly convince people of? What's the conspiracy theory that's so stupid that no one's gonna believe it? Like, we can't possibly say, how about if we trick people? We'll just start saying that coronavirus, that's a biological virus, is caused by 5G, which is a cellular internet frequency. What if we said that? And then they started saying that, and people started believing it. And you just have to imagine that somewhere, like, here's the thing. Somebody, hello to Azaric. Hey, Azaric. Somebody in the world is the first person on planet Earth who put those two ideas together, and there's no way that they believed it. I can't accept that a human being thought that when they made that up. But they did start saying it to try to convince other people. And how does that person feel now? Are they happy that they were able to spawn this lunatic conspiracy theory? Are they upset? Like they're one of those people that sets a massive forest fire at a gender reveal party and now they feel racked with guilt about how they could have done literally anything else with their time and energy and they did something incredibly destructive? Or are they just like hugely amused by the whole thing? Sorry, I think about these things sometime because the very idea that cellular internet somehow causes a biological virus to spring into existence like spontaneous genesis during the fucking Star Trek 3 or whatever, like that's not how the world works, and everyone in the world knows it. Sorry, okay, I gotta get off this. Blah 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 brought up 5G and like evil conspiracy theories, and yeah, it's just I don't know what's worse. The people who make it up knowing it's a lie and just to see if they can have a laugh about it and spread it out and then it becomes incredibly destructive, like actually costing people's lives because they believe crazy conspiracy theories, or the people who actually earnestly do believe it, because how did they get to this point in life with that? Okay, moving on. I found a note from the Ice Bear fridge. Let's get back to the game.
A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
Gromfy is saying, sorry, Gromfy is saying the second knew it wasn't true, but instead of correcting it, decided it could be exploited for money. I'm hitting a bell. Ding, ding, ding. Gromfy got it. It's incredibly depressing, but I think that that's exactly it. Okay, so Azric is saying hello to everybody. It didn't get super deep here until until just now. So we're gonna go back to our fun video game and not despair over the state of the world. All right. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? It said the off-site copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislaw. I'm glad that my character remembers this. Like, I remember that this happened, but I don't remember the name Sulislaw.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulisław Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. And feature creep. And the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
She crosses her arms defiantly.
And the heads. I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
Yeah, I found the ice cream maker, but couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
Lady, I unplugged it 2 days ago. It's still frozen solid, I assume. I haven't been there today. I actually have not been there on Wednesday that I know of.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Yeah, probably a big pry bar, and she'd better give it to me, because otherwise I can't open it up. It's a thing, something she opens dear. Can I just ask her about it again?
This is getting ridiculous.
There's a solution.
No.
But she doesn't want to hand it over to
All
you
right, I'll go
yet.
look for the offsite copy.
Thanks.
She thinks for a moment, then reaches behind the radio computer and hands you what looks like an oversized pry bar. Well, well, well. Suna has the solution.
And here's my Kvalsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Kvalsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kvalsund.
All right. I will ask her about the drugs later. I'll let you work in peace. Okay. So, for all of this... Now, I failed a roll here, and so much has happened that I'm wondering if now we can piece together this giant stained glass mirror.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Nope.
A precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body.
Okay, before I go on, let me see if I can get any other points in... Yeah, I usually don't wear the glasses because I don't like losing the point of authority. But I did have +2 encyclopedia. So, blah, blah, blah. If I'm correct, adding these glasses, even though it gives me +2 encyclopedia, is not going to teach me, increase my, or unlock this. Yeah.
Above you.
So I've got to put points into encyclopedia and visual calculus to try to reconstruct that mirror. I'm going to take off these big glasses. Azric says, to let you know, I think with a practice off stream to get used to the combat and controller, I unlocked a lot of abilities in game. So I think that now I'm a bit more advanced combat level than I should be at this stage in the story. So, Azric, let me set your mind at ease there. The way that, just a quick timeout from Disco Elysium, the topic of conversation is completely spoiler-free Shadows of Mordor. Yeah, Shadows of Mordor, the first Middle-earth game. So if you're watching this and you're concerned about spoilers, it's not plot spoilers at all. I just want to take a quick pause to talk to Azric to set his mind at ease. Azric, the what's it called? The way that Shadows of Mordor, rather, is set up is that some of the more potent abilities are intentionally gated behind story progression, like the one that you and I were sort of communicating during the watch party earlier today. So it is when I played Shadow of Mordor, what I did was I went around and did everything. I did every possible side quest everywhere in the world. I fought all the orc bosses. I got way over leveled for where I was supposed to be in the story. And I mean like way over level, such that when I then progressed the story for a dearth of other things to do, I had multiple skill points saved up that I couldn't have spent until I progressed the story. And then I bought like 5 or 6 things all in a row. So if I can just set your mind at ease, that's how I did it, and I wasn't streaming it. I just really liked the combat in that game and deliberately held off. So is it possible that you have more skill points than you might otherwise have? Yeah, maybe, but Shadow of Mordor is one of those games that has a real sharp power curve, and you are intended, I think, to feel a little bit overwhelmed at the beginning, and then right around the midpoint and then into the back half of the game, you're really supposed to feel like the specter of death. You are supposed to feel like an absolutely unstoppable murder force, and if that's how you're feeling, the game is working as intended. Blah blah says, but Shadow of War was not as good as the first one. So Shadow of War, yeah, is the second one. I can say that I took some issues with it, but it has been so thoroughly patched since then that my opinion should not be taken as anything relevant to the current game. I've actually thought about doing maybe like a little like a one-off stream like we do sometimes, but my concern is that I'd probably want to start from the beginning. And my memory is that the very beginning, like right from the start of Shadow of War, would be a really significant spoiler if somebody like Azric was to come in. So I would feel a little bit nervous about. Also, I still don't really understand the layout of this area. I guess we want to head down south along the boardwalk and then across the way. Yeah, I would say this. Oh my gosh, Club, thank you so much for the resubscription. And Azric is saying, oh, I love the combat in that game, and that new ability I got today puts the cherry on top. If there's more to come, I'm only going to get more excited. Yeah, I really, really had a great time with that first game. The things that I felt were less rewarding in the second game are not necessarily what you think. Can I look at this? Have I looked at this in the past? This door is closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Okay, well, I think I talked to them anyway. And there's the old woman. Lady, it's really cold out here.
The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with her chores. As she does so, she quietly hums to herself.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, Club, I really appreciate the resubscription. And you were playing with Jade May. Oh, no. Because I asked you about the fact that Jade May was playing it, and then you said that, like, yeah, it was a lot of fun, and that you had been playing with her. And I am completely blanking. You know what we'll do? We will... Hold on just 1 second. An easy solution for this, I hope. Oh, it was Beat Saber. Yeah, so, but I don't think that you were playing Beat Saber with her, unless I misremember.
The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves at night. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Okay. You still up?
Yes. I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older.
She sloshes the water in the bucket around for a bit.
My suggestion is, don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
I found this jacket. Oh, wait, let me ask her about the song. Also, Club is saying Jade May was playing It Takes Two with another friend. It Takes Two is such an amazing game, isn't it? Like, I'm so impressed with all of the imagination. That game is so vibrant with ideas. I really am impressed with it.
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
What's it called? This is a song that means a lot to her. She heard it from her mother. She sang it to her own kids. Rather than getting really like technical about it, let's just say that it sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I was hoping to ask what it's called, but I don't think that she would have known. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me? Really? I'm going to ask her to do that?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I think I'd rather do it tomorrow, but can I do it tomorrow? Fuck it, let's just do it now.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
The lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Well, I might, because it's a Fallen Windbreaker, and I think that Fallen stuff increases your, like, physical implement stat. Let's take a look at it. Oh, am I not allowed to wear it? Nope, it's right here. Wow, +1 pain threshold, +1 half-light, and then -1 drama. But I can make up for the -1 drama with the +2 drama that I get for my bow knot. Just out of curiosity, let's put it on. And then, yeah, put that on. Oh, you can't see the bow tie. That'd be awesome. However, this is not my jacket. I believe it belongs to what's-his-face. So I'm going to put back on Horrific Necktie. Ronan, hello! I hope that you're having a great Saturday so far. Okay, so this is, by the way, where we're staying tonight, but, okay, so, I'm gonna throw down a real save, and the reason I'm going to do that is because, let's hit confirm, and then I'm gonna pause it real quick. I have... Oh, Ronan's saying I'm not working this weekend, so it's great. Yeah, and I hope the same is true for you, Club. I hope that you get some time off. It's great to have you here. And Drienne is raiding over. Hello to everybody coming over with Drienne. I was about to say something about the game. It's not story related. It's actually mechanics related. So far... And I would say that this might be helpful for Drienne to know. We're going to be very, very careful about spoilers. But Drienne, one of the things that has impressed me the most about this game is that it always feels like there's a path forward. Aside from one thing that was really brightly neon lit as this is a very bad idea and you should not do this. Aside from one decision, there don't appear to be a plethora of game overs. And the game has a way of allowing you to move forward, even if you have some sort of catastrophic failure that feels like, oh no, I've really shut that door forever, like metaphorical door. It does tend to open up in other ways that you can then go and explore. So far, the rule in Disco Elysium has been whatever happens, happens. Outside of like one instance where I accidentally like clicked a button that I just accidentally double tapped and my character said something, I have not reloaded past any decisions. I may reload past a decision that's coming up because, and Drienne, the next thing that I say is actually like just shared with you in one of the like loading screen tips. There's something that I want to do after Kim goes to bed. The thing is, I don't know how to prompt Kim to go to bed without going to bed myself. So one thing that may happen in a very short amount of time is that I might try that, and if I flub it because of the game mechanics, I might reload that. But before we do that, let's head on down here. Also, what's in this box and why haven't I gotten yet? And who is this? What is having around here? I don't remember these.
Hi, officer.
Lillian the Netpicker. Did I have never spoken with this woman before. I would remember Lillian. Would I? I don't remember her. But anyway, everybody coming over, I hope that you had a fantastic time watching some Conan. We had it up in the background for a good part of the afternoon. Yeah, Drienne is going to bow out due to spoilers. Drienne, thank you so much, and I hope that you continue to have a great Saturday. Anyway, Lillian, a woman in a raincoat, stands on the quay. I've seen this pronounced as quay. I'm never sure, because quay seems like such a, in American English, such an unlikely pronunciation of that word. Considering an overturned boat, a sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
As always, I am the lawbringer. No. Well, sure. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
I really like her voice.
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. I am not introducing myself to her or anyone as lawbringer. I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
It's so clever. It's so clever that the game recognizes that I asked exactly one question, and that was my second.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
A suggestion, I cannot tell you how many wonderful friendships I have started up by asking people about the cool swords that they're carrying around. Yeah, and Planitor is saying, yes, it is key. Sorry, Q-U-A-Y is pronounced key. Yeah, it's just, every time I go to say them, I'm like, but is that right? Because then I hear some people pronounce it as quay. I want to do it correctly, that's all. Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
And why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
I don't know why I would ask to borrow her sword. Do I need a sword for anything? Not that I can think of. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? That's an aggressive question. Although somewhat less aggressive than can I borrow your sword. I'm not sure I want to see either of these things. I don't want to say these things, but I'm curious in what the answers are. Can I borrow the sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check? You would put me in an early grave.
She refuses, but your word is the law. You are law.
Chill out, Authority. It's fine. So, again, I feel like this is a needlessly challenging question. Maybe it's absolutely none of my business as to whether or not women... I'm going to go off on another tangent if I go down this. Let me just lean in here to say maybe people don't like the idea of needing to arm themselves in order to live in a rational, safe society. And they feel, I'm just saying that maybe some people feel like they're giving up part of their sanity to believe that they need to carry around a weapon just to live in the world. Maybe the carrying of the weapon is the objectionable point for some people. I'm just going to put that out there. I'm going to ask about it.
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and Living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Oh, yikes. I can point to the expression. Yeah, blah, blah, blah was literally just asking about this. Hey, I have not been able to shake this expression, and now for the first time that I'm aware of, it has unlocked a dialogue choice. But I'd rather say, am I a proper man? Not really. I'll tell you what, rather than... I always think it's a little bit creepy to go up to somebody and be like, oh, but I'm one of the good ones. And I don't know what this weird leer is supposed to be. And I don't like the idea of insisting that I'm a good person, especially since just between you and me, chat, I don't think that my character is a proper man. So I'm just going to say true. Most people I've met are scared.
Aye. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous.
So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Did anyone else hear some static? Yeah. Why is that? It's like... I haven't heard this before. Hold on a second. There's nothing else running. Sorry, I hear like some... Oh, it just stopped. Okay. Sorry, everybody, that was weird. No, it's solved now. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. You can acknowledge that a lot of the guys that you've known in your life are thick-headed without being like... And that's why I'd never interact with any of them. So I'm just going to ask, where's your husband now?
Gone.
Oh, hello to another Ruben. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope that you are enjoying some Disco Elysium and otherwise having a great Saturday. Coward, I would never leave anyone. No, we're not saying that. Let's just ask gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
I will say no more and wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Holy shit. Some of the options in this game are really shocking. Death is nothing. I shit on death. You should have thrown yourself into the waves after him. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. I guess I'm gonna say that one. I'm not sure that you can cure sorrow. I'm gonna say this one, though. Time really is the best cure. The best aid, patch, bandage, maybe?
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looked like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
No. Hold on. Electrochemistry. Sorry, that came completely out of nowhere. Another Ruben is saying, was lurking with Drienne, ended up here. Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar, another Ruben, Disco Elysium is it's sort of an isometric top-down detective RPG set in what I feel is a pretty inventive, not a fantasy world, but it's also not our world. And I think that it is very, very, very interesting. It's got some fascinating mechanics. It's very dialogue-based. There's no combat at all from what we've seen. All of the experience points and rewards are obtained by exploring the world, talking with people, convincing people of things. And I am really, really enjoying it. But that said, I feel like I'd want to caution you, because anybody that came over from a raid, I probably should have done this when Drian came over. This game has a tendency to deal in some very sensitive and sometimes dark subject matter. This is a world in which racism exists. They're all fictional nations, but a lot of the time they will speak about peoples and customs that seem like they would have fairly straight analogs in our own world. There's some politics in here regarding communism and fascism and capitalism and moralism. So those topics tend to come up. I just want people to know what they're in for when they hang out here, because I think the game is very interesting and very expertly done, but also it gets a little bit heavy every once in a while. And hello to Brian. Brian, I hope that you're having a great Saturday so far. Blah is saying Harry is a good drunk. I can't write today.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
It's not that she's not interested. It just feels like it's after midnight. I'm a stranger. I've only got a 7. Sorry. Kim's presence makes it awkward. So here's another thing that I'd want to do after he is not here. Let's put this aside for a bit. I'm looking for someone maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'd like to ask something else, apparently, because I'm not looking for anybody.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here, net picker?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is that enough to make a living? Let me ask, what else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Okay. Oh, so again, for another Ruben, these are aspects of my character's mind. I'm just gonna, since we have somebody new, if we open up our character sheet, you do not have, well, I guess you do have things like strength or whatever, but rather than just having charisma or wisdom, you have intellect, psyche, physique, and motoristics. And for example, here's my logic skill, which I've put a couple points into. Wield raw intellect power, deduce the world. Here's authority that I put a lot of points into. Intimidate the public and assert yourself like a police officer. So sometimes these aspects of your personality will literally speak up. They will literally give you information and make themselves known as aspects, shards of your personality. In my experience, that doesn't always mean that you should listen to them, but they are here to give some advice. And here we're giving advice about hey, maybe don't try to make it weird and romantic. So I'm going to listen to that, and I'm going to say, interesting, what have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
She looks at the beach.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Rhetoric, I will listen to you in just a second. Ronan is saying, what would you say is your political leaning in this world? I don't know. Okay, so actually, we've got some information right here. My political leaning is apparently communist by 17 points. I will note that I have not said anything fascist. I don't even know why I've got 4 points in that. Also 5 points in ultra-liberal and 10 points in moralist. So apparently, based on the conversation topics that I've chosen, I am mostly communist. However, if we go over to the thought catalog, that's not actually what's in my head. My thought here is Kingdom of Conscience, which is a moralist position. That's what's in my thought catalog, my thought cabinet for the time being. So I guess based on the points that I've spent, I'm a moralist, but based on my conversation topics, my character's a communist. So hopefully that clarifies it. All right, we've only got one chance. I need to know about the human bodies. A mine, where is it? Drugs, I need info on this. Major narc, point at yourself. This place looks bad, why don't you leave? I don't want to say enough about this place. So... I only get to say one of these things. Okay, I don't give a shit about the mine at all, unless it's dangerous to people. And she talked about it like it happened in the past, so I don't think that it's like, oh my god, there's a mine on the beach. I'm a police detective. I need to know about human bodies.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Yeah, maybe steer clear of the things reminded her of the floater she used to be married to. Just saying.
I was thinking that suggestion, but it didn't seem... It seemed like a less bad decision than asking about the mine or whatever. Yeah. So I take it that's your skiff, point at the overturned boat.
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
All right, so I am not going to attempt to hit on her right now because Kim is here. And even then, it's only a 17% chance. Oh, hold on. What are these doing in the fish? I don't know what we're talking about. This boat is floating freely in the water unmoored. And then we've got this box. Oh, 70 cents. Wait. The planks creak beneath your weight. Oh, Ruben, thank you very much for the follow. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Wait, who just said, hey kids, oh never mind? That wasn't my character, was it? Oh, boots. Perception boots. My favorite kind. Okay, so... Again, so here's what's going to happen next. I'm going to save it because it's very late at night. My goal is get Kim to go to sleep. Ooh, see you later, Kim. And then we're going to go see what the percentage is with that woman. I don't think it's going to be very high, but if it's a white check, then we might give it another shot later. And then B, and the next thing that I say, so that sort of exhausts my non-spoilery topics. If anybody wanted to jump out now, I would say that I think this game is awesome, and if it looks even remotely interesting to you, then I'd recommend picking up on the Steam summer sale that I think is probably going to be coming up in a couple weeks. So we give anybody a chance to jump out if they don't want to hear any main plot stuff. Okay. Now that you've all had a chance to mute or jump out, the next thing I want to do is go up on the roof and talk to Klasia, because I want to ask her a question that can only be asked when Kim is not around. And then, frankly, we might also confront her about a couple things. That's assuming that she's there. I don't know how late she stays up. And it's an example of why I'm going to save it. I've very, very rarely reloaded, but I want to try to have these conversations. So I have made the save. All right, Kim, I'm turning in for tonight. See you later.
The door has seen better days.
Oops, that was the wrong button.
The door has seen better days.
I'll be sleeping in my room in the Whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Okay, enter the shack. Don't go to sleep. This is what I mean. If my character goes to sleep, then that's not what I want, and I will reload. Oh, I do want to look around though, real quick. You see the waves, the sea, and a church. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, and an almanac from 39. The intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out a pleasant warmth. creak under your step. Got it. I just want to make sure I don't go to sleep.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
So blah blah blah. So it turns out that the mirror is not exclusively in the Whirling in Rags, but I need to put points into either encyclopedia or electrochemistry to try to make another roll on that. And so far I've been unsuccessful. And there's a box up here. Ooh, with a new thing. A logic jacket. Okay, let's do a couple things. Number one, I'm going to talk to this lady. Throw down a quick save. I don't think I'm actually going to proposition her.
Calm down soon. I
yeah,
can feel it.
with
the
Kim
turning southeast. What's in your mind, officer?
With Kim out of the way, it's only a 28% thing. But here's the thing: if I spend the evening with her, I'm not going to be able to do the other things that I want to do. So I'm not going to attempt to roll that right now. Instead, let's go back to... I don't know why sometimes you can fast travel and sometimes you can't. Alright. I need to get back to the other side of the water lock, because I need to go talk to Klasia. And I've totally forgotten the layout of this section of the world. But I feel like it's over here? No? Oh, hold on. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. The walker. Oh, there's the last trap.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
Let's check out the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Look closer.
No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Immediately yell, it's empty. No, let's look.
Nothing. No traces of the locusts or the Insulindian phasmid. What happened? The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground. The reeds continue to hiss around you as you put the empty trap back on the ground. Time to consult the professionals, Morel and Lena.
That sounds like sabotage to me. Also, I've never gotten those... Okay, but go up there. Yeah, get the monies. Alright, let me... Why was that there? I know I walked across this. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. I don't know what... I can't pronounce that accurately, at least. Okay, so... here's what happens. A, I'm going to put away my flashlight. I'm going to put away my bag of plastic bottles that I'm going to take to the recycler. And let's go see if we can grab Klasia. I cannot overstate how much spoiler potential there is in whatever conversation I'm about to have with Klasia. I just like people to know that there's sections of this game that you can come in and you can watch for 35 minutes and not see anything spoilery about the main plot. But then there's going to be things like what I think is about to happen now, which is directly related to the main story. Oh, wait. She's made She's made around 4 months of payments for this room. Why do I know that all of a sudden? Oh, you know what? I should probably check my clothing as well. I can't believe I gave away my best hat. Well, also, let's see if she's even out there.
This window.
I'm concerned that she's, quote, in bed, which in this case would just mean that she doesn't exist in the world till tomorrow. Yeah, awesome. She's not here. Oh, so wait, when are you supposed to do this? I guess you have to do it, like, right at, like, 2200 or whatever? I don't know. Let me go look downstairs, make sure that I didn't miss her on the way in. That is extremely disappointing, because that means that we've got to wait another day to have that conversation with her. And there was something that I wanted to ask her that Kim can't be around for.
This medicine cabinet is pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Pill bottles rattle like Necra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses.
Yeah.
Always handy.
Right, we can't open that one. We can go out into this balcony, but I don't think that she's out here. Man, that's disappointing. I mean, I went around and did a whole bunch of other stuff, but the thing is that so specifically, if we take a look here, here's what I was trying to do. There's a specific conversation topic. No. It's, help Suna with her project. Yeah, we'll probably go do that next then. Inspect the traps. Last trap was empty. Idiot Doom Spiral's jacket. I washed the dirty jacket, so we've got that going. Ask Klaasje on Sunday night. When Kim's not around to stop you, ask Klaasje about what she heard from her room the night before you emerged into reality. She must know something. That's... There must be, it feels like there must be a narrow period in time where you can do that. Like maybe a couple hours where it's late enough that you can get Kim to go to bed, but early enough that Klaasje is still on the roof. Oh, and by the way, this door should be locked now. Yeah. Can't get back in there. I didn't pay my bill. Alright, I don't think that... So, there are some other things that I could do in the area. Like, I do actually have the key to this door, but I want to be with Kim when I get that. I'm not looking to ditch Kim. I like Kim. Kim offers a lot of insight to what's happening into the world and will sometimes give me advice on stuff, but Kim can go to bed. Okay, so here we go. And I am... Here's the thing. I just missed this, and I don't want to do a lot of trial and error, nor do I want to look it up and wind up getting accidentally other spoilers. So I'm glad for Elf Planitor, who was clarifying, Kim can go to bed starting at 2100, Klaasje is up until 2300. So yeah, it's a couple hours that you can do it. And I appreciate that information, and this is dead serious, the fact that it wasn't offered in advance, that I made the decision that I made, I have paid the consequence for it, and hopefully be able to do it tomorrow. I was specifically waiting to talk to Klaasje about the main story stuff because I was concerned that she was going to basically rabbit after what we're about to confront her with. Okay, so we're gonna equip that. Wow, that... Hold on, let me just compare that against the regular pry bar. That's the regular pry bar. This is the enhanced pry bar. Look, it's got like a little hook at the end of it. Alright, now the other thing that I might want to do is this is a physical instrument check. So I'm gonna put on my white tank top. I don't know if I have any other physical instrument-y stuff. It might also be interfacing now that I think about it. I don't remember. Yeah, between perception boots or empathy shoes. I'm going to go with the empathy shoes for now. All right. Throw down a quick save.
This orange machine is dead still.
Fuck.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Here, you know why I'm not turning the ice cream crank? You know why I've never done it? Because if there's something stored in there, which we believe that there is, it's just going to damage it. Like, if there's a thing where you turn the crank and that makes it easier to open, I will be very disappointed, because that goes completely against any logic here. 28%, I mean, it's a white check, so I might as well give it a shot if we're successful, but there's nothing else I can do to up this. Before I do it, hold on. Let me just make sure that I'm not wearing anything that's negative to physical instrument. No. No. Nope. Okay. Let's try it.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice
nope.
squeaks beneath your Kowalsund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
I unplugged it 2 days ago, man. I guess maybe tomorrow. Okay, I don't want to carry this around the whole time. I am going to put the flashlight back in here, though. Oh, you know what else? Wait, I might go back in there. Hold on a second. I wanted to know, now that I, quote, know the password, maybe I can talk to the radio operator in the software development place. And maybe not, but I figured it's a conversation worth trying. Yeah, like right there's like an odd... It sounds like designed static. I don't think it's an issue on our end. All right, let's talk to this lady.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Remove the production schedule. Why did I not do this? Did I have a reason? Well, let's press play again.
The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Okay, here's what we learned from the church. Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Nope.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to take the production schedule. I don't remember not choosing to do this ever.
The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Oh, that's the thing that I put in there to make it work, I think. Press print?
Nothing happens.
Shit. Okay, wait, put it back in.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. Nothing happens.
God damn it. Hold on a second. I think I need to talk to her again.
Good evening, Fortress. Please repeat. Good. Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles
okay,
on the cube
print.
ask with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
All right, let's read it. I feel bad about not having Kim here. This was not a secret thing.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the workforce. Who worked here and for how long?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Probably because it was in early production, I would think. Well, let me ask it.
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
All right, I'll read about capital. I want to know about money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished.
Where did they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Egaunian investor.
I think it's the first time we've seen the word Egaunian. Okay, let's skim through the production schedule.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
I don't feel like the concept artists, like having too many concept artists just produce ideas without any way to actualize them, to actually make them into things. Yeah, that's bad business, but that's not because of the concept artist, that's bad management. I'm going to ask about this, but...
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. With their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches, it was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Rial game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
So they were done in by their own ambition?
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
So we have heard about this, but the what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
So, again, this is the person that hid the off-site copy, so this could be a clue as to where he might have gone with it.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
It does sound really insane. Who were these people?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a simple equation you could put in too for how many different combinations you could make out of, but it feels incalculable to me. That's trillions and trillions, I think.
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
I mean, the thing is, why would I want to know? How bad could it be? All of which could be endlessly recombined? That's incalculable. Like, I feel like this might, okay, here's my thought process. This might unlock a new thought slot that would take 6 weeks to actually go in, and I might never do it. But it'd be nice to at least have the option. Or B, it could actually take up hours of time my character passes out. I guess I'll go with how bad could it be? It seems like it's going to be really, really, really bad. Oh shit. Wait, uh-oh. Oh, it stopped scrolling. I didn't do this. What have I done? We're gonna break this radio computer and my character's mind. I think trillions and trillions and trillions was too low.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Please stop. Oh, we don't get the static anymore.
And that's it.
So that's what did them in? Well, I mean, that plan is so stupid. We're gonna have, like, again, remember that this, as far as I can tell, appeared to be sort of like a live action role-playing game that people would play on a radio where they were like talking to people. I'm a little bit confused as to what the structure was going to be, but then to have like 10,000 heads on 10,000 bodies and every single combination voiced by an actor, there's not enough people in the entire world, in any world, to make that work.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
This must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in this church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all that data to get lost in the air?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukkonen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Look, if you're going to subject your programmers to 8 months of crunch, I feel like you no longer have the right to question the decisions that they're making. So, seems like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me.
That's not what her colleagues thought.
I don't give a shit. 8 months of crunch. Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes at the end.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
So the error was generated from a nearby area, apparently. And hello to Donk. Donk is asking, how are the gamer things going? Gamer things are going great. I feel like I have a much better handle on this episode than I did the previous one. So yeah, it is well after midnight now, and we're investigating a radio computer for a failed game company, and apparently I've got to go find what caused them to lose all of their programming data.
Sandbrun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Boy, reaction speed. Thank you for reminding me of that, because I didn't know where it was. Tear off the printout and throw it away. I don't know why I throw it away, but that's the option that we've got.
The cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Now, theoretically, I could get into the back of the bookstore here. Is there any reason that I'd want to do this? Oh, I can't get in that way, though. Oh, look, the dice maker's still here. Boy, she works late.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Why hasn't her business failed? I'm not gonna pass it through. Basically, I have to roll double sixes. Donk said, a tale as old as time. Yeah, investigating the dead computer at the failed game company. just your standard video game stuff. I don't think I am going to order a die from her. I might as well see if I can ask any other questions about the building.
I'm listening.
No. Okay.
Good.
All right. Yeah, I didn't think anybody was going to be around. I mean, if Klaasya's turned in for the night. I kind of would have expected everybody, because her whole thing is like, oh, wait. Poor animals, no rest for their bodies after death. Yeah, we got the bear head, deer head, flying bird. Oh, right. Remember when I could try to lift this up? Let me just see what the percentage is.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
No. 17%. I or somebody dear to me, which is really just other parts of me, is going to get severely injured if I do that. The store on the other side is closed for the night. Come back tomorrow. All right, it was worth a shot. I'm not going to lie. I was going to see if I could steal some books. All right, let's get out of here, and I'll probably just go to bed then. I missed the window where I could talk to Klaasya, so now I can just talk to her tomorrow with Kim present if I want to. I really wanted to have that secret conversation, though. Just see if we could proposition that woman, but... Yeah, part of it is I always want to wring as much as I possibly can out of every day. That's sort of my thought process to it. I don't want to waste hours on the clock if I don't absolutely have to. So that's why I push it and wind up going later than I should. But yeah, regarding the question for what's her face, the woman, now I don't remember where to go. Where my character could have been like, why don't more women arm themselves? So there's an episode of MASH where it comes up a couple times, but there's one specific time where, gosh, now I'm trying to remember who it was, but somebody was trying to get Hawkeye Pierce to carry a gun. And when I was watching this episode as, you know, someone who was very, very young, I didn't understand why he didn't want to carry a gun. And he was very emphatic about it. It's been a long time since I've seen the episode, but my memory is that he was insistent. God, I don't remember if it was... I don't think it was Frank Burns. I don't remember if it was Sherman Potter, but somebody was trying to get him to be armed. And he absolutely dead-on refused. And he said, I will not carry a gun. I'll carry your books, carry a torch, carry a tune. I'll carry on, carry over, carry forward, carry Grant, cash and carry me back to old Virginia. I'll even Harry carry if you show me how, but I will not carry a gun. And I remember like talking to my father about it and being like, why would you not want to carry a gun? Like, to me, I just didn't get it. And my father explained that Hawkeye Pierce is a doctor, and he's, you know, these were all things that are self-evident if you watch MASH, but again, I was very young and sort of needed to be walked through some of these things. he's been drafted, and he is there against his will, and he will do absolutely everything he can to save the lives of people that are getting injured in this war. But there's certain things that were very, very important to him, and one of them is that he needs to be able to live his life in a world where he doesn't have to carry a firearm in order to keep himself or others safe. That is a line that he conceptually cannot cross and still feel like he is a doctor, somebody that he can... It's important for him in his vision of how the world needs to be, and he doesn't want to give in to that fear, even if it puts himself at risk. And that is, as far as I know, a line that he does not cross for the entirety of the series. And that's what I was thinking about when my character was asking her, well, why don't more women carry armaments if it's so effective? It's such a... Maybe they just don't fucking want to, man. Maybe they don't want to live in a world where their faith in humanity is... Maybe, you know what, maybe I'm just imprinting my own opinion on it. Do you want to know why I don't wear a gun? I don't wear a sidearm when I go to the grocery store, when I go to get a coffee, when I'm out mowing the lawn or going to the mall or whatever other thing? Because I don't want to live in a world where I feel like I need to be strapped in order to pick up milk or to get a latte or to... I don't know, pick up some lumber at fucking Home Depot. I don't want to live in a world where I feel like that's what I need to do to make myself safe. And I also do not carry a gun and would not if it was, you know, concealed carry with no permit or whatever else. I'm not telling anybody else how they have to live their lives. I'm just saying that that's the way that I look at it. And that's what my response would be if anybody ever said to me, oh my goodness, how can you possibly feel safe going out to the convenience store without having a gun on you? All right, let's turn in our jacket to Doom Spiral, because he's actually awake.
Tequila sunset.
Here's your jacket, freshly washed.
My jacket?
It's pretty filthy, though. I got it cleaned for you.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
I don't give a shit if he takes this jacket. I'm keeping the jacket.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
Okay, that's it. Mission accomplished. Okay, the very last thing that I might do is go have a chat with her. I'm gonna F5 it. Now, do I have any pro-suggestion stuff? Am I wearing anything that's anti-suggestion? No. Can I put on anything that is pro-suggestion? Not that shirt. No. No, not that hat. Pain threshold and half-light. I don't know when I would ever wear that windbreaker, but maybe someday. The thing about the clothing is that it's basically options, so it's what I would normally walk around in, and then what I would... Literally nothing that is pro-suggestion. Okay. And I know I just quick saved. I'm just going to do it one more time. All right, let's have a chat with her. And by chat, I mean, let's see if she wants to
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
go enjoy each other's company. If I,
Wind's
by
turning
God,
southeast. What's in your mind, officer?
if I can fail an 80% thing, then I can succeed on a 28% thing, and it's actually happened.
Oh, yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
You know what I should have done? I should have smoked and or dropped speed. I didn't even look at those. I like you, but I'm afraid to be around. Because we failed our role, everyone, these are our options. I like you, but I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman. I want to be close to you, but there's but one way to intimacy. Since the dawn of mankind, Al Ghul has watched over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me and celebrate the ghoul. Alcohol makes closeness possible. Let's connect. Oh, this is what happens when you fail your suggestion. All of these are awful. This is the stupidest and least comprehensible, so I'm going to say this, and maybe it won't be quite as offensive as the others.
Now, there's a whole shipment of big words. May mankind be plentiful, I guess. Can I get back to my nets now?
She doesn't even understand. You asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Okay. I don't think it's a good idea for me to point out to her that I crashed my car into the river. So, be seeing you. Okay, that's it. That's Wednesday. Cold. I do not know one other thing that I could possibly do. Now, Blah 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 had asked, is it like the next day? And there was at least one check that did, reset. But I don't think most of them do at night. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to throw down a real save. Yeah, we're going to save it right there. Over the previous one. And turn in.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Go to sleep.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The rain, the snow, I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am an agent of the world. I think I'm done trying to be non-existent.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
I assume her is my ex-wife. I'm building communism for all. This time we won't fail. We're making progress, measured, steady progress. Forget politics. I'll never sleep if I keep on like this. I don't like number 3. I gotta say, I've been, although so many of my topics, should I just go with communism? All my dialogue choices are apparently that, based on what we've got here. The thing about going hard into the communist view is that based on what we know about the history of this world, like, that was super violent and bloody. And also, I don't like running around and, like, preaching to other people about what they need to start doing. Since I'm basically a visitor in the world of Disco Elysium, I don't feel like I have the conviction necessary to build communism for all. Should I do it? Fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, we don't get it. I can't do a limbic system.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world that's changing him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time. Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
What's going on?
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Judging from the state of my ledger, I don't think that's possible.
The condition of your paperwork is irrelevant. All that matters is your commitment to building the World Republic. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground. They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
Inland Empire remains the stupidest part of my psyche. I'm part of the coalition authorities. Have I been persecuting communists this whole time? Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder? I don't know if I want to go searching for mole people.
They're not mole people. They're your comrades in the eternal class struggle. It's your task to find and join them.
Have I been persecuting communists the whole time?
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives. Listen to this. Do you really think you're the kind of person an underground communist cell would entrust with a mission that requires such discretion?
Maybe?
Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all.
Will they help me fire up the grinder?
Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
Yeah, I can imagine. How am I supposed to find them if they're hiding?
Let your nose guide you, detective.
You must mean my nose, as in my huge and highly functioning brain.
No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists.
I wanted it to be perfect for sensing Fruit Loops.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
This sounds unfathomably stupid. I want no part of it. But the thing is, like, I sort of like threw in with like communism there in my dreams. So I feel like I've kind of committed to this. What does communism smell like?
Failure.
There's so much failure in my life already. I don't know if I can take any more. Yeah.
That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinez. But you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
All right, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's get organized.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinez. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
Grumpy saying, okay then. There's so many points in this game really do feel like they'd merit the okay then.
Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic.
Here's the thing. I really, earnestly, deeply do not want to go around to strangers on the street and say, greetings, comrade, rise up and destroy the bourgeoisie. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any part of that.
You could also just look for more tangible evidence of communist activity. Images of Krasmazov and white antlers are usually a dead giveaway.
I do feel like we saw some of that in the apartment building. I think it's the one where Smoker on the balcony lives.
You should begin by interrogating those lawless malcontents at the Dock Workers Union. They're an obvious place to start.
So, again, I can refuse... I really should have gone with the moral intern thing. At least I don't find that broadly, like, distasteful. What will I do once I establish contact with fellow communists?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive?
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
So I want to accept the task if only because it's probably worth some experience points. And if there's one thing about me and RPGs, I really like, I want experience points more than I want money, more than I want items, because it's exciting to level up your character and be able to do new things. And especially in this game where you can fail at something and then get a skill point and get to try it again, I want the experience.
Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Wait, what's this? This wasn't here yesterday.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Is shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
So this is a hand-eye coordination. I don't think I have anything to improve this. Hold on a second. First of all, is hand-eye coordination a... Oh, it is. Right, I think the only other time that this came up in any way that I can measure was when we were trying to shoot the gun, and it was not going to go well, so I backed out. In that case, do I have anything here to improve? I don't think I have a single thing that's going to affect hand-eye coordination, but still going to look. And it's not true that I don't have anything, because I think this might be the day that I take some speed, because if that's going to steady my hand and allow me to succeed at this... Not a single thing. Okay. So I'm going to quick save it. And I'm going to go to my bag. We're going to go to items, which is glowing for some reason. Wait, A, why can't I scroll this? B, I thought I had more postcards than just the 2 or 3. Maybe that is what I had. And C...
The note is written. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the offsite copy.
I had to hide it someplace
you find
safe.
the filament memory with the offsite copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home. ASAP. It's important.
Yeah, okay. So, this happened once before. I know... Oh, here it is. Speed. So speed will give me +1 motoristics, +1 psyche, and -1 morale. And I think the +1 motoristics will help with the hand-eye coordination. So that makes it more likely that I'll be able to shave. Nothing says a good morning routine quite like dropping speed or snorting speed. I don't know what you do with speed. Oh, and I've actually got 3 uses out of it. The only thing... Let's do it. Wait, what's this?
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect.
What, here? Now?
See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you with that. It can help you with everything.
Will it make me into a super cop? Note to chat, taking speed will not make you into a super cop. It is likely to kill you. Do not do this.
It will make you into more than that. A mega cop. This is your modus operandi. This is how you've done it for years. Let's go.
This is going to be really bad for my health, isn't it?
It's not ideal, no. But you need the zeal. Let's face it, you're never going to finish this case without cheating.
Oh, electrochemistry, you are getting yourself into a lot of trouble with me, man. I don't want to cheat. Oh, no. Now I don't want to do it. I worked so hard to get the speed. I always thought I was going to do this. This is me role-playing. This is me, like, my character is pretty far removed from the decisions that I want to make. But, like... yeah, screw it. My body is ready. Let's do it.
You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose.
Mamma mia!
Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course. You may want to blast a nosophed or something. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case, file some papers, maybe clean up your hostel room, then solve another case, then start a side investigation into the paranatural, then build a radio computer.
Feels great. Are there any downsides to this at all besides the point of health that I just lost?
To this? You kidding? There are downsides to not being on it. There are massive downsides. It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot.
Cool, let's boogie.
Spring. Everything is clear around you. You're ready to concentrate on the next task in the task chain.
Okay, and my next task is to shave.
You see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
Leave it for now. Do not scrape harder.
Thank God. I would have cut your throat. The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. At least, not accidentally.
Okay, now, before we... I don't know if it pauses on this screen or what. I could put a point into hand-eye coordination. I am not going to do that. What we're going to do is I am incredibly tempted to put it into suggestion, because again, suggestion is one of those do things abilities. But before I do that, let me actually look at the map, because I want to see what else we need to unlock a white check. Like, do we have any ones, Encyclopedia would unlock that. Yeah, if I do Encyclopedia, not only can I try the mirror again, but I could also try the stained glass window. Either that or visual calculus. Visual calculus is the other one that I'd really like to get up. But visual calculus is only good for one. And Encyclopedia is good for two. And I can even put on, yeah, I think I'm going to put a point into Encyclopedia. Wait. Before I do that, though, I've picked up a lot of thoughts. Like, a lot of thoughts. And some of these I kind of feel like I want to do. Man. No. I'm going to put a point into Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia Lemender, as Mia would say. Yes, do it. Alright, now let's put on our good Encyclopedia glasses. Which I think are these ones. Yes, +2 Encyclopedia. Okay, ooh. Using a thermodynamic expander condenser cycle. Nice. Alright, let's look in the mirror.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it.
Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted the expression? Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
That's sad as shit. I just want to say that my character saw some disco performer make this expression once and just decided that that's how he's going to live his entire life, and now it's a facial tic that he can't get rid of. How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
I don't actually know what this means. I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Oh, like that. Like the double gun. Like that.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
I cannot remember if I just said it aloud, but I was doing the finger pistols when I was doing the sound. Anything else like, who am I? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Okay, I have a couple things that can improve electrochemistry. I don't think very much enough to get up beyond 3%, but let's let the mirror free. Now, before I leave...
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Oh!
You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with...
No, now it's electrochemistry. That feels new. Can I put on... So I've got electrochemistry gloves. I've got a couple things here. Put on electrochemistry gloves. Put on electrochemistry pants. Put on electrochemistry outfit. Sorry, I really like what a disheveled loser my guy is. Do I have electrochemistry hat? That'd be pretty great. I have different electrochemistry pants. Yeah. No, I'm good with the yellow pants, thank you. Logic. Did I have a... No, I didn't do a logic thing. Okay. Let's try this out.
Hangs on the wall.
I got it all the way up from 3% to 28%. We've got to get one of these, right?
It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long.
Holy shit. Guys, I don't know what's going to happen, but keep an eye on my character down here. We'll see if it actually changes.
Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
I cannot believe that actually worked. Wow. I actually look like a person. Oh, shit. I've only got 53%, 53 minutes left on my motorics or whatever.
You see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and...
Okay. Hopefully it's saved here. We're gonna put on my real jacket, my good gloves. I don't know what that sound was. Oh, I want to take off those glasses. Oh, yeah, I don't like these. Yeah, I don't want plus electrochemistry. I need new pants. I don't like any of my pants. We're gonna put on these pants for now. And I think that's more or less where we were. We've got that ugly tank top. I like the mesh tank top just because of the +1 drama. I do not know why in my life I have this stupid necktie on. I'd really much rather have the drama necktie. The game really wanted me to keep this on. Okay, so that was productive. Okay, help Suna with her project. Get the ice cream maker open. Find the right tool. Oh, wait, I have a bonus on motorics. I might be able to do it now. Let's try to run over there and do that. I don't know if we're going to see Kim here, if he's going to be outside the whirling in rags. I don't remember what he said last night. But we will do our best to make the most of our 53 minutes of being high on speed. Nope, there he is. Hey, Kim.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
I shouldn't be burning my time talking with her. What is it with you and those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Nothing. Okay, wait, before I go, you know where I want to go? I want to go to the church because I have I took a point in encyclopedia, so I think that I can look at the stained glass window and have a higher chance because I'm on speed. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. The same address as the lead programmer Fortress Axon is looking for, which is present somewhere. And then what we'll try to do is go fast travel over to the abandoned or the failed commercial. I always say commercial district, commercial building, I think it just is. Yeah, let me look at this.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
92%.
And complex wax paint. It's a mystery sprinkled with self-pity and regret. For some, all you know is, this is the young mother of humanity.
I am so angry right now. And you might ask, why not put on your encyclopedia classes? Because it was 92%. How much better does it have to be? I point out to people all the time, I don't gamble in real life because I always lose. And in my experience, this is just for me, I'm not saying that it'll work for you, it is very difficult to get addicted to gambling if you always lose. And that's what's happening here. I am playing a game which has an element of random chance, and I lose extremely high rolls all of the time in a way that is absolutely crushing. But we will keep going until we find some way through it. I would love to fast travel over there, by the way. Yeah, no, fast travel, no go. Oh, whoop, whoop.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Sure does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Hey, Kim, looks like we've had a couple partygoers here.
Looks like it.
Great time laughing, some kind of theater to them. Was this party against the law? Looks like they had a great time laughing here.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
I don't want to dwell on it either. So we've got a whole stack of things that we want to do now that it's a new day. We want to talk to Klasia. Caribou Stag says that's incredibly unlucky. Yes, yes it is. But then again, here's why, like, I am very disappointed that that did not work out. However, I'm not angry about it because I also have succeeded at a number of like 28% ones. So you can't take the incredibly, well, the remarkably lucky ones and then rage against the shockingly unlucky ones. If you're gonna like, that's why I don't save scum, for example, because then it's just, I don't know, that's just me. I don't remember if there was something that I wanted to talk to this guy about. And it's probably going to take less time if I just look at everything, but I don't want to eat up minutes on the clock. Padlock door. No. I think my volition is high enough. Smoker on the balcony. Infinite composure. No, I'm not very good at composure. Anything that's red or yellow is not going to be my thing. Anything blue or purple are things that I would like to be able to do. Kuno can go fuck himself. I hate that kid. I don't actually think that I have anything here. Although... Yeah, no, that's... Nope. Okay, I don't think I have anything here that I need to do. There are some... You know what? Let me take a look to see what glasses he has for sale, because I always forget.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth.
No.
Go over and ask him.
+1 perception. Maybe I should get that one. $6. I wouldn't mind having perception. And it doesn't have any negatives, which is the thing I like about it. And perception is not one of my strong suits. Oh, wait. What is this? I have things to do, boys. I hope you're not going to threaten my partner's motor carriage.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
Sorry, the one man has something that I'm not going to attempt to discern. Written on the back of the jacket, fuck the world says, if I were a real skull now, blah, blah, blah. His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan, fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title. Was it a good idea on the lieutenant's part to get into this? Don't even answer that. Just leave. You can always come back later, on your own terms.
What? Why would authority be recommending that we stand down? That's the opposite of what I would expect authority to say. But if my authority is recommending that I come back later on my own terms, I really feel like I don't want to. Authority is one of my psyche abilities that I'm like hopped up on speed right now. No. Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches, flowbears, or skulls.
Is that how you pronounce that word? Okay.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Okay then. Let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs. These skull people are more than an authority. They're deities.
I could ask her about Cindy the Skull. I hadn't really put that together. Here's the thing, if they're deities, they might take offense if I ask who they even are. So let's start with, do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
The young man's eyes glaze over, his voice filled with longing.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
He adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
I see you kids are into anodic dance music. Greetings, fellow kids.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Sorry, he stopped himself, processing the rest of the question.
Be wary of the abyss.
His blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Why?
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
A threat? Good, I like those. I just wanted to talk about music and how there's a conflict all of a sudden. It's too much. I'm not going to nervously shake anything. A threat? I like those.
But I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down.
Jeez, Kim is a hard ass. I love it.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking here. Joking too. Stay light, man.
Kim succeeds at his authority checks. My character fails.
Yeah. Didn't you cops, have some questions about skulls or some shit?
Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
The young men exchange approving nods. Your rhetoric is confusing. They're clearly not a part of the skulls.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
What makes you think the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
The other one quickly adds and whispers something to his friend.
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Well, enough about the scullery.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about the murder?
Murder?
The man hanging in the backyard?
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Okay, I'm actually going to say don't fuck around, I am the law.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. However, there is no way these young men could possibly be aware of her work.
Okay, that last line was not written here, so I don't know who her work is. I know that you don't know shit. Yeah, fuck these guys. I'm not going to be polite to them at all.
Exactly. How can one know shit?
We should move along.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm burning speed, so get out of here. Wait, unless this unlocks a thought. Should I... Is this an opportunity? Please explain.
Knowing. We think that we know, but where does the thought originate from?
It seems that we can only think, but never know.
So you don't know anything.
Precisely.
Cool, so that chewed up some more minutes. I'm gonna lose all my minutes. What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does your jacket have that on it?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
So not just an asshole slur, got it.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
So I don't want to say what, so the only other option is make sense. I want to say that sounds like a lot of blathering nonsense that you've made up to excuse the fact that you have a slur on your shirt, but makes sense, because No, you know what? I am going to go what, because I want him to know that I didn't follow or I didn't bother to care about anything that he just said.
What I mean by this is we are all pissed and that the world is inherently meaningless.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
And why does yours jacket have "fuck the world" written on it?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though...
That is a terrible metaphor.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Oh wait, are we gonna try to take their jackets? Is that the idea? I don't want to wear either of those jackets, and certainly not the, I don't want to wear those jackets. I don't want to shake them down for their jackets. But then again, I do like having options. Hey, Kim.
Yes?
What do you think about their jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
So I was just talking about possibilities. Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our path?
What are you implying?
You know what I'm implying.
No, I don't. What are you implying?
Oh, god damn it. I don't... I really should not have come down this particular line of thinking.
Neither.
Come on, Kim. It's just a mental exercise.
Fine. If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel like I'm more of a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Sorry, I really like the phrase secret whisper party. So... if I put some more points into Half-Light, I might be able to shake them down for these jackets. Hold on a second. I need to see... because I've got at least a couple things that are like pro Half-Light, or at least I used to. Okay, this jacket is pro half-light. Nope. No. Okay, and am I wearing anything that's negative half-light? I've learned to check that as well. Yeah, the odds of getting this are extremely low. Oh, I should really put away my speed. Shouldn't be seen just walking around with that. All right, let's give it a shot.
That ride is fucking...
Hey, piss... Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
All right, 42%.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying. Or both. Just ask them, maybe.
I just want to point out, not only did I fail, it was a critical failure. Does it show it here? Yeah, dice 1 + 1 = 2. That's what I got. Double snake eyes. Or just regular snake eyes.
Why?
Look at the shit I'm wearing.
Yeah, like he said, total shit. What about it?
There's a spark of sympathy in the youth's eyes. Well, hey, if I can't get them to authority and half-light, maybe I can get them to pity.
You didn't say that.
Horrible clothes to catch horrible people. My clothes make me sad. I need to fun it up. Leather would be such a cool look on me.
The lieutenant looks down at his bomber jacket and shrugs, obviously content with his uniform.
Oh no, the only two options are self-pity that's going to drive down my morale so early in the morning, or a pleading. I'm going to go with pleading.
Fine. Fuck it. Here. Take it then. I can't handle this sad shit.
Oh, I won a jacket in the pity party.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy. Wow, I did not see that coming. You better wear that jacket with pride.
It's extremely unlikely that I'm gonna... Oh, look at the one that he gave me, too. Let's just put it this way. Fuck the world kept his jacket. I got the other one.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
I've got the jacket for you, Kim. Do you want it? Yeah.
I'm not wearing that jacket.
Don't you want to express your individuality?
I already am expressing my individuality.
Still, it's good to know that we have it should the need arise.
The need will not arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone sees us.
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Okay. I've still got 16 minutes left. So let's see what we won. What did our awesome jacket unlock for us? +1 drama, -1 authority. Between that and the bow tie, and then there's like one other thing that I have, I could really... How do I not have better pants? Why are all of my pants +1 electrochemistry? I'm basically wearing pants that give me nothing, because the pants that I'm wearing are +1 to Kingdom of Conscience, which means jack all, frankly. Okay, Kim, let's see if we can get upstairs and talk to Klasia. And yes, I know that Lena's going to be down here on the first floor. I do want to talk to her and her husband about the cryptids, but I want to see if... Oh, wait, she's only there in the evening, isn't she? Oh, wait.
Wait. No. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
What do you mean? Aren't they Everart's guys?
They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they?
Redrick, what are you talking about? We've talked to them multiple times.
No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles. In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you.
Okay. Meanwhile, Angus keeps shooting you furtive glances and mumbling uneasily to himself.
And from his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away.
Yo, we have bullied these guys into complete submission, so I don't know where all of this is coming from.
Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Okay, I guess I will look elsewhere. Oh, that's what's happening. It's the search for communists. That's what's happening here. Okay, yep, there's all these people. Ooh, I've not talked with that person. I actually don't think that Lena's upstairs. Not Lena, Klasia. I think that she actually comes out in the evening, like 1600 or so. But let's just go look. Whoa, 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 whoa. This room has sad all over it. Reminds me of your own. Yeah, reminds me a lot of my own. Actually, her place is way nicer. She's got a second floor. Paid 4 months in advance, apparently. Oh, I'm getting all of these now. You feel someone watching you behind the glass door, a woman. Good. I cannot imagine having enough skill points or enough thoughts in my head that I would... like, maybe I'll get there, but... Okay, she is here. Good. Alright, F5.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
So, I think that I can actually raise my volition if I take a couple morale points. Is that worth it? I can't believe I took 2 morale points of damage so early. Yeah, so I can get this all the way up to 5. You know what? Screw it. Let's, Screw it. Wait, no, it's 28%. That's what I got up to. That's okay. I mean, I can always buy some more Nosefed or whatever. I mean, I've got some cash. Let's do it. Let's try it.
She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit.
What is happening?
Nothing. Just time passing. Don't worry. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting.
Am I being beguiled?
She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible.
Yo, my character's really into this woman. Avert your eyes.
The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
All right, the Hardy Boys told us what really happened. There's some question in here that I wanted to ask about Sunday. I don't even see that right now, but the Hardy Boys told us about what really happened. And again, so major spoilers here. If anybody wanted to steer clear of the main story, this is your last chance. 3, 2, 1. Just to catch us all up, what really happened is the man who's still, at this hour, hanging from that tree downstairs was romantically involved with Klasia for multiple weeks, and he was with her when a bullet came in through that window that just got replaced and killed him in her sort of second floor bedroom there. And there was a conspiracy to obscure who had committed the crime in order to try to protect her identity, on the idea that she's being hunted by authorities from other Isolindes or whatever, Isolas, whatever it's called. And so they wanted to sort of keep her name out of it. So Hardy and the boys concocted this elaborate scheme to take responsibility for a crime that they actually had nothing to do with. They took the shot corpse outside, strung him up as though it had been a lynching, and then attempted to take responsibility for it, all to protect her. So that's what we are following up with her right now.
I understand.
She puts the coffee cup on the table. You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police.
I'm a really bad cop, though.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. Is it? Something is off here. Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
The Hardy Boys are not the law, we are. I'm hoping that this is expressed in a reassuring way. We are here to find the murderer and do justice.
I know that. But the people around here, they don't see it that way. And if I am to stay here, I need to get along with them.
I'm satisfied with this explanation, mostly because we're trying to be empathetic. We're trying to get her to open up.
I am not. There is more here, miss.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches for a new cigarette.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, grey and pale violet in the morning light.
What lies beyond it?
The pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old world.
So, part of me wants to say that the RCM isn't the lapdog of the moral intern, you don't have to worry. And part of it wants to be, you're afraid of the moral intern. But we know that she is based on what Titus said. Titus hasn't been a reliable source of information about her, but I'm going to go with this. We're not the lapdog, you don't need to worry.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
She lights the cigarette, and I'm going to say, what's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orionese lit. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
So you studied Orionese lit. What is with this fugitive stuff? What did you do to have these people after you? But the thing is, I don't care. I actually just don't. It's not that I'm not interested from a storytelling standpoint, but again, if that bullet had ever been meant for her, they would just shoot her now. The idea that a professional sniper took that shot and hit him instead of her already is going against what I would consider to be any sort of likelihood. And then there's the fact that she hangs out on this roof, both with and without other people, all of the time. She was not the target of the assassin, and based on that, her backstory doesn't have anything to do with this story, except that it explains why she was playing fast and loose with what the actual facts were at first. She was trying to protect her own identity. Titus was trying to protect her identity. I get all of that. I am not interested in turning her into the moral intern. I do not care what she did for the purposes of the case. I'm going to ask this, Orny's Lit, what is with this fugitive stuff?
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
Okay, what happened here the night that he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
Exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
That's extremely relevant. Thank you so much, Empathy. I am not saying this. That's a horrible thing to say. It's a horrible memory to have, and I'm not saying this. Better not to mention it. Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Your cigarette?
Oh.
She looks at it and quickly tosses the butt aside. That's a motherfucker. Oh, I guess the situation is what he's saying. She doesn't seem overly emotional at any point, so I'm not even sure that I'm sorry this happened to is appropriate for her, but I would... You know what? No, I'm going to try to talk her language a little bit more. That's a motherfucker.
Yeah. It was a real motherfucker.
She immediately lights another cigarette.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
But that wasn't that after he died? I mean, she might have popped into her medicine cabinet for something to bring herself a little bit of calm. I'm going to ask her about it. Titus said you look pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
I am interested why she's here now. clearly she's worked out that the assassin wasn't after her, but that doesn't... Yeah, she could have just left, I would have thought.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
Did you kill Lely? No, 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 no. Why would you even ask that? What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Yeah, I haven't met Ruby. I know Sylvie. Sylvie's the person who we originally thought might have called in, and then she said, no, I didn't, and I liked my boss, and I liked him asking me out. I don't know a Ruby. Who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Oh, wait. Is she the female Hardy that we've heard so much about?
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
She says as if it's self-evident. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Does she also party with Ruby, however?
Well, let's ask.
No.
She smiles nervously. The beads of her teeth shine.
Still, there is something there. She won't tell you now.
All right, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
It's a shame we never got around to doing a thorough autopsy. And when was the tampering? 20 minutes after death?
Kim, if you have any ideas on how to get that body out of the tree, I'm all ears, because the only thing that my character knows to do is to go talk to a man that I can't talk to unless I learn to be racist, and I don't want to do that.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours. Hey, careful, I tend to get real distracted if I try to look you in the eye. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Where is Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
That's a good question, because we have a sense on why Titus did it. Titus had a little soliloquy, a little monologue talking about the fact that he needed to... He said that people flee here to start new lives, and one of the things that he prides himself on is protecting them and their right to make a new, fresh start. And that he wanted to be involved with this because of that. That's Titus. That's not Ruby. We don't know anything about Ruby. Why did Ruby want to do this? I'm glad that Logic spoke up about that. When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Depending on how far away the bullet came, she might not have heard it right away. The sound could have arrived at the same time as the bullet. Why did you call the cops if you're in hiding? I feel like we do know this, that she really did care deeply for Laylee.
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not an idiot.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
No, I know she called the cops. I'm not asking her if she killed Lily. When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
She takes a drag. And we heard the same story from Titus about it being his brother that replaced the window.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom?
Yes. You see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Okay. I am now going to ask, what did you do to have these people from the moral intern after you? I just legitimately am not interested in it from a story perspective, from what my character needs to know. But
it's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
He taps his notebook.
The job was Louisdouen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Louis-Scop conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Louis-Scop and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Loscap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
I don't feel like it's appropriate to exclaim Papa Lolo. I'm sure there's people who've done much worse than that.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people too, not just C-suite.
She shakes her head at the thought.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
So empathy wants to press it forward. What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she said it 100 times. To herself, to get used to the idea. Out of guilt.
I'm not going to shame her about this. Not easy to deal with. Yeah, that's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
Not remembering a single goddamn thing is not helpful, and in fact I feel like imparts a sense of hopelessness, of doom. There is no way. You know what this means? There's no way back. You can never reconcile with what you've done. It will be with you forever, and the only escape is to eradicate everything that you are, and I don't like that answer. I don't either is at least empathetic. It believe it or not, that strikes me very differently. That feels like it is really hard, and I don't know how to work through it. And it might be with you forever, but it is survivable. You know, I've done it. However, I'm a cop. I do what is right. I'm hoping to reinforce in her the idea that I care about justice, not about vindictively pursuing the law like I'm a character in Les Miserables. Like, I hope this is right. I hope it's right.
By bargaining, then. I do that too. It's not all that effective.
It did not seem very comforting to her. So I'm not asking her this. Could the people after you have killed him? It doesn't make any sense to me, but let's ask.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
She looks at her cigarette.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
I strongly feel that it didn't, but I will say either way it's something to consider, just because I don't like shutting the door on lines of speculation.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
All right, I think we're done here.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
Lieutenant glances at you and then at the door.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or maybe you should take her to the station for safekeeping. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk.
I don't think she is a flight risk.
No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. Multiface, I'm beginning to doubt your judgment. Are you sure you're not sleeping on the post? You have to wake this one up with force if you want to continue pushing her.
We'll return to this later. First of all, because I have like a big drama. Let me just see what would happen if I put on my drama bow knot. And I'm so sorry, everybody. I can never remember what things I have that are drama or whatever else. So we're just going to take a quick look through here. Oh, yeah. See, I can put on this kimono. Sorry, it's not a kimono. It's what do we call this? A silk robe. All right. Anything else that's pro drama? That's negative drama. I don't want that. Oh, this bomber jacket is +1 drama. Although this is +1 drama and +1 electrochemistry. I don't have any dramatic truth. So let me just see what it would be.
Officer.
72%. Oh. So here's what we're talking about right here. I have a 72% chance to apparently convince her. Well, I'm actually shouting "wake up," but the topic of conversation was about like making her go to the police station. I do not want to make her go to the police station. I like the whole thing about like keeping her out of the police records and everything else. Like, here's the thing. I don't want her to put in the police records. I don't want to put her life in danger. I earnestly feel that her backstory at this point has nothing to do with the case at hand. And I don't believe that she's a flight risk. She seems very, forthright. Like here's the thing. Has she ever lied to us? I'm trying to remember. She told us straight up the truth about Hardy and everything. I don't remember if she ever once said that Titus Hardy and the boys strung him up. I don't think that she ever said that because we didn't ask. I don't think that she did. So I don't But, so all I'm saying is that, like, oh, my head turns with the thing. I am going to take the 72% roll, but I'm just announcing in advance that if this causes my character to drag her to the police station and to, like, enter her into a database, I'm going to reload because that is not my intention. Wait, do I want anything else? What's, drama is intellect. Do I want to smoke? I can get an extra point if I smoke. And then visual calculus is right behind me. Yeah, and then I'm going to visual calculus the window. So let's have a smoke. Items. I can afford more cigarettes, so I'm going to be a little bit more ready to go with the smokes. Oh, that's so cool. Look, you can even see graphically there's 2 smokes left. Tar. All right.
Officer.
83%.
What brings you up here in the rain?
Guys, I've got to win at one of these. It's got to happen.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps.
Really?
She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
So now drama is acting like a scorned internet troll? Why? I think you didn't make that call to this station. Your real name isn't Klasia. What if I told you you're under arrest? Why would I think that she didn't make... This was a very unlikely success. Also, just look at how my character is dressed now. All of these seem like gigantic leaps in logic. I think you didn't make that call to the station. Which I guess technically fits with the fact that she explained that she had done it because she was a moron, and we know that she's not a moron. So this seems like something to say.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number.
That's like 911 for emergencies. Everybody would know that.
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
I think Drama's an idiot.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Drama's an idiot, man. And that someone coughs, it means nothing. I'm not going to say that. Oh, sorry, Azric's giving me a Jeremy. And also Elf Planitor had clarified you're telling Drama to wake up. Okay. But Drama's so stupid, man. Like, I don't agree with Drama. This is what I've been talking about. When I've sort of been introducing people to the base game mechanics, the fact that elements of my character's personality believe things doesn't mean that they're right. And I don't think that Drama is right. I'm not going to say anything.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
I'm going to say your real name isn't Klasia Amandu. This is like Jacques. It's like, I feel like it's so baseless.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly like there's a Garrot. Garrett? Garrot is how I think that's pronounced. Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
I knew it all along! Good, you can tell me the truth. This is why I said I'm super cop. I want to do right. I'm trying to get her to trust me.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
She looks at her hands. Her fingernails are chipped white. She wears like a white nail polish. We did pick up on that at some point previously. Sort of kept that in my memory warehouse of facts about this person. Was the passport bullshit too? The passport you keep hidden? Tell me your real name. I never saw her passport, so why would I care if that's bullshit? Tell me your real name.
It's Katarzyna Elysium.
That's an awesome name. Katarzyna. The smile on her face is timid, almost painfully so.
It's a Grad name. Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism. It also makes Klasia almost an alacronym for Katarzyna Elysium.
Oh no. What is an alacronym? I have never heard that word before. Maybe it's a word that takes some of the letters but not all of those. Like what's it if you rearrange the letters in a word to make a new word? Now I have the word alacronym, but because that's not it. I'm completely blanking on my vocabulary right now. Maybe that's what alacronym means, like it just takes some of the letters. Two seems slightly more relevant, although it's more about where she is, because who cares that it's an abbreviation, really? Anagram says, yes, that's what I was trying to think of. And Donk says, ambigram. Also, Donk is saying this is a no drama zone. Yeah, when I'm in investigation mode, I'm very much anti-drama. No drama here, no drama zone. That was actually my character's original name until it became Harold whatever. Okay, it's Grad.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Elysium is my father's name.
So Klasia is an abbreviation of Katers. I have already forgotten how to pronounce this.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Klasia?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago.
Really somebody important to her. I'm going to continue calling her Klasia because, like, here's the thing. Her secret is safe with me. Oh, hello to Moo. Yeah, I'm going to keep calling you Klasia.
That's cool.
She looks at the ashtray and then up to you. Moo, I hope you're having a great Saturday.
She doesn't feel like a Klasia. She feels like nothing.
All right, I guess I'll ask about the passport. I maybe this would have more resonance if I had actually like forced the passport out of her because she refused to give it over, and I think that there might have been a role to it. That was a long time ago.
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Klasia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smit.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Maya Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where's the buoy? I don't know why I care.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now.
Oh, that's right. Moo's kids are getting off to camp. Then we ditch Groomfeet tomorrow for Father's Day because abandonment is how we celebrate. I had neglected to say Happy Father's Day to Groomfeet. Moo, if you could pass that along, I'd really love to express that for him.
It's useless.
Oh, I can go get it. That's sort of what I was hoping when I asked. I know I said that I didn't care, but experience points. West of the boardwalk in the reeds, we have to check this buoy out.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe, right near the waterline.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Okay. I do not want to arrest her. What if I told you I don't want to arrest her. This is why I would be a really bad cop. Like, whatever talent I might have as a private investigator, which I assure you is extremely minimal, just the worst. But I would be a terrible police officer because she has not done anything at all to endanger the public trust or put innocents in danger or anything else. I do not see why I would harass this woman who, yeah, okay, so maybe she wasn't as forthcoming as I thought, but I don't know, it's the same reason that I'm not interested in dragging the Hardy Boys before a court of law because they lied to a police officer. I'm just looking for the truth. And I feel like if I can express to people, as long as you tell me the truth, I'm going to stop bothering you. That's like the Columbo way. Remember we designed this character in the first place? Columbo wanted to get to the truth. He technically worked in the form of police, but he wasn't angry at anybody. He wasn't vindictive. He just wanted to find out what had happened, and then the law would take it from there. I am not going to arrest this woman or even contemplate arresting this woman. Let's change the subject for the time being.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Okay. No, that's it. Grumpy says, huh, and we sound like two old folks on a front porch somewhere. Sucking on our dentures and staring out into the ether. Well, Moo, here in the world of Disco Elysium, there's a lot of actual ether to stare into, and it's horrifying. There's a real existential dread beyond the edges of the ocean. There was something else I was going to ask you about, and it is completely slipping my mind. Except that, again, I'm very much looking forward to having more Moo streams and more Moo sort of like visits in chats and stuff, because I know that you've been very, very busy with the family. So it'll be cool to have that. All right. I want to go inside, and we are going to inspect the window, but I believe it's a visual calculus roll, because that's who wanted to do it. So let's check. Let's look at it. I'm going to F5 it real quick. And let me just look at the window. I want to see what kind of roll it is.
This window is pristine on the inside.
Holy shit.
Unlike the one next to it.
It's 92%.
Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass.
Hold on. Nonetheless, let's not leave anything to chance, because again, I can fail those 92% rolls. So let's put on my visual calculus shirt. And I think... Oh, let me put away my cigarettes. I noticed that it still does show 2 cigarettes, even though I think I'm down to one smoke. Alright, anything else visual calculus? Glasses, let's start with that. No, actually negative visual calculus. Hello to Ricardinho. Ricardinho, I hope you're also having a great Saturday. Visual calculus. So for anybody just jumping in, we are going to inspect a inspect a window that was shot through by a sniper bullet and see if we can reconstruct what would have happened. I don't know what we're going to reconstruct, given the fact that we don't... Like, with a brand new window here, it's not like we're going to know anything about the angle of the shot, but maybe we're going to look through the window and see where the sniper perch might have been.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it.
97%.
Light from the desk lamp. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are 2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A 2-hearted spider.
What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th, and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
So can we just take a quick look at like what's happening over here with like the shots coming in, and this just, I really like the visual style of this. So up here we have what appears to be a map of the city with possible sniper perches being here, B1, B2, B3, and like what angles could have come in. I really like the way this is being visually presented.
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Let's inspect the ghostly figures. I want to look at chat as well, but...
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
I would really like to die that way. Have a look at point A, the roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Wait, we really think... What? I wouldn't think that there was somebody standing right outside the window that not... Oh, wait, but there is this other door. Huh. I was thinking that it was way farther away than that. Shouldn't there be gun residue outside with all the rain and snow that's been coming down for like 10 days? No, there wouldn't be.
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm, what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
So, question number one seems very silly. Could it have come from inside the room? Then what broke the window, jackass? That doesn't... I mean, I guess it's worth asking the question, but... The recoil of the rifle smashed the glass? It doesn't really make any sense at all. So, very quickly, Ricardnio was saying what's up to Azaric. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything above that. Oh gosh, Moo is saying that she and Groomfy will be talking about their bowel movements anytime now. Let me just take a quick look here. Moo says, I should start fundraising during my streams to raise money to send the kids to additional weeks of camp so I can, in turn, stream more. Yeah, it's sort of like a desert bus for charity, where the more money that gets donated to charity, the longer the desert bus drives. You could do that, except for it would be like Moo's Camp Charity, where the more people donate, the more Moo streams that they get. The only trick is that you'd have to be on 24/7 for as long as it ran. I hope that you brought some fruit. Azric says, sorry Moo, all my money is going to be donated to the Mia Supernatural podcast, which, yeah, let's break that down, because I wasn't kidding when we were talking about that, yesterday or whenever it was. That is an actual idea that has been floated as sort of like a fun thing. Moose says, what does that get you, Azaric? Hopes it means I get to send the kids to Mia. Why are they Moo, are your kids named Jared and Jensen? Or Dean and Sam? Either way. Maybe one of them is a Castiel? Azric says, I'll have to confirm with Angel, but I think that it can be fitted in. And also Moose says, I'll donate to that cause. So I am going to ask about, wait, what if I only get one of these? Are there any arguments against A prime the roof? Could there have been another point of origin further away? So that one says conclude. So let's ask if it could have been from inside the room. I think that's very dumb. It's not a large room, guys.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
All right. Are there any arguments against A prime being here on the roof?
None that you've found thus far. but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
So I guess now looking up here, what this is intended to show is that the only buildings that might have a good line of sight, it looks like they might be blocked by this other building. So that's why A prime is the only... Although I don't know why we're not considering that it could have come from this building, but whatever. Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Give it a shot.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
All right, let's go take a look at, or like metaphysically take a look at B prime. So yeah, these are being considered. I guess visual calculus is saying that this is a lot less likely. And now that we have the key, we got to open up this door. We got to figure out where this goes. Moo is saying, also from what I'm hearing from Angel, is that I'm supposed to put the kids on a bus that's driving into the desert, and the more money people give me to keep streaming, the further the bus drives them into the desert before leaving them there. That's what everyone else is hearing too. So just for clarity, it's a real thing, right? Like, I'm not the only person that knows about this, the desert bus for charity. I'll talk about it after this thing, but it's it's a real thing. This like a big charity event that happens every year, and it's super cool. But yeah, let's go over that in a second. Let's talk about the boardwalk.
700 meters away.
Right there.
The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
How about B prime 2?
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
I don't know, like, that doesn't look like there's a structure there. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know how they would have had an angle up onto the roof. B prime 3.
1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
I'm going to ask Kim. I think that visual calculus has done a good job of convincing me that the shot actually came from the roof. I've been calling it a sniper shot all this time. I think it was just a guy standing out on the roof.
From where, precisely?
How about the B primes?
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Yeah, that's the way that I think about it, Kim. Like, an idea can be unlikely, but still not, like, ridiculous. All right, with our Sherlock Holmesing out of the way, that was productive. So Moo is saying that she's never heard of Desert Bus. Scroomfy gives me a derisive look and says, of course I've heard of it. He didn't really say that. He's preoccupied playing SnowRunner. He just said, yeah, I've heard of it. but the first version is funnier. So I know that we cannot open up this door here. Like, we can go out on the roof, but there's like a crash bar or something, like we can't get in that way. But we do have the key to get in downstairs. While I walk downstairs, so Desert Bus for Charity, which may not be the correct name of it. Oh, this is going to take a second. If you are not familiar about this, I'd love to share information about charities and gaming, just because I find that the gaming community is an incredibly generous and productive one when it chooses to be, and I love sharing stories of how we can come together and try to support major charities. So, a bunch of years ago, Penn and Teller from Penn and Teller fame were working on a video game, some sort of a collection of video games, as I've heard it described. Quick pause here. I honestly don't know what the point was. It felt like a video game collection that was intended to just sort of mock the very idea of video games. That's me inserting that. I don't know that that's what their goal with. But one of those games was called Desert Bus, which is a driving in a straight line simulator. And I believe the concept is driving from, it's something like Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Nevada, in real time on a road that is perfectly straight, and there's no traffic, and the alignment on your desert bus is off a little bit, so it's constantly drifting to one side. So the purpose of the game is to drive in a perfectly straight line while fighting the steering that's threatening to drive you off the road. And if you pull off the road at any point for any reason, the bus breaks down and then has to get towed back to its point of origin. And the final fuck you of Desert Bus is that you are making this drive in real time, which is something like 3 hours and change. So it is intentionally designed to be the most dull, dreary, graphically unappealing game of all time. And you drive down the road, and if you crash any point, then you get towed back to your point of origin in real time. So now we've got the picture painted of this entirely unplayable joke game that was put together by Penn and Teller. Well, some people, I don't know if it had a name of an organization, they said, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We actually have this like unreleased ROM of this game. I don't know that it was ever released. We are going to go online. We're going to go and start streaming ourselves playing Desert Bus. And the numbers here that I give might be incorrect. We are going to play Desert Bus for 1 hour. However, for every $100 that's donated to this charity, we are going to extend the amount of time that we play Desert Bus by another increment. And at first it's going to be like another whole hour, and the next increment is going to be another 55 minutes and another 50 minutes. Like, these numbers are very inaccurate, but the point is, the more money people donate to the charity, the longer they have to keep playing Desert Bus. Desert Bus for Charity, whatever it's called, and forgive me if I have the name wrong, has raised millions of dollars for charity. It's a massive thing that happens every year. I don't know if it happens twice a year now. It's a huge event, and I think it's so awesome. And they have, at this point, somebody who is sitting there playing Desert Bus, but they have other people that come on, they do sketches, they talk about stuff, they play other games, but always Desert Bus is happening in the background there, and somebody's playing it. It is an example of gaming and the gaming community at its very best, which is a group of people. Desert Bus for Hope. Yes, that is the one. I couldn't remember the exact name of it, but the broad strokes are true, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So that's what I was referencing earlier, and if anybody else is like Moo and wasn't aware of it, hey, any week of the year, set aside the money that you would spend on buying lunch out at a restaurant or coffees at the shop or anything else. Take $5 and then toss it at that charity when it comes up, and make a difference. It doesn't have to be $1,000 donation. Just grab a few dollars and give them to a donation to an event like that, or to the Extra Life Marathon that happens every November. Just a few dollars. It makes all the difference. And that's it. That's my pitch. We're not going to keep talking about that forever. So I want to talk to all of these people, but we are currently on a little bit of a mission, and I am hopped up on smoke juice, so I have a key to this place now. I don't think we can talk to this man.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and...
I don't need to say anything else. Stay masculine. All right, let's open the door, because if you need to get up on the roof...
a steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
If you need to get up on the roof... So, Moo is saying that I warm her thought. Hi. There's many ideas. That I warm her heart. I would submit that the people who participate and make those charities a success are the ones that warm all of our hearts. And that's the message that I want to get out. I've talked in the past, but this last November, we got to be at least a small participant in the Extra Life Marathon, and I dearly hope that we can do it this year as well, because it was a huge amount of fun.
It could be connected to the barred door upstairs.
I agree with you, visual calculus. Try the workshop spare key on the door.
The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Alright, let's do it. Go in? Oh yeah, look at that. I love it when games do that. Like it's been here the whole time. This pinball says Frankungenarian. The theme is horses and swords. Pardon me, this pinball is white Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to lose that and also needed to cough.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Interfacing, if you turn out to be a backdoor fascism from my lower colon, we are not going to get along. Run your finger across the dust of the white Diora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
What's white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era, on the Muindi Isola, the others being Ria Silvia and Advesperaskit. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim. Well, let me ask, because I'm going to say, why don't we fire this up and play some pinball? And I don't think he's going to be into it.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
He looks away.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
So, I have an encyclopedia roll, 92%. It's a red check that cannot be retried. At 92%, ladies and gentlemen, what am I doing with my life if I don't give it a shot?
Kim, Pinball, Kitsuragi.
I don't want to call him Kimball.
Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
Is this a real thing, or am I making fun of him? Because I don't want to make fun of him. You're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi?
So now he remembers.
He looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes off his glasses and cleans them.
Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, a.k.a. the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
But I still can't remember anything else.
Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman.
I really like Kim. You don't really seem to like pinball.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science-fiction, and historic romance franchise.
Let me just pause here to say that I am horrible at pinball. Like, I am as bad at pinball as I am at gambling. So for him to say that it requires no skill in order to succeed, that is quite the low-key burn.
It is lame.
Then why are you called Pinball?
I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
How did you...
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop.
I'm not going to say lame. Okay.
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide. End of story.
So this feels a little bit judgmental to ask, but also, so they called him Kim Pinball Kitsuragi and Kimball because he was assigned to get good at pinball and did. What if he'd been undercover narcotics? Like, that's an odd reason to give somebody a name.
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
Now that, I'm not going to call him Pinball. Is that why you wanted to talk to Kuno?
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents.
This does explain a lot about, like, yeah, he's really had a thing about juvenile delinquents the whole time, which I hadn't put together until right now. I'm not calling him that. I'm not calling them that. I will keep calling you Kim. Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Is that too formal? I feel like he likes formal. I'm going to say you're Lieutenant Kitsuragi to me.
Not only to you. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
Oh, did I say that the bus pulls to the left? Whichever direction the bus pulls in the desert bus. Sorry, Kim is... I'm reaching that point in the evening where my language is just completely fleeing my mind. I never hear this happen to anybody else who streams, but there reaches a point where I just lose the capacity to form entire sentences, and I feel like we are getting close to that at this point. Moo was saying he was wrong, the bus pulls to the right, and that it was Groomfy said first that it pulled to the left. I never specified a direction. Yes, I was very clever in that way. I couldn't remember, so I just kept it to myself. I really couldn't remember if I had specified a direction, though. NB, the spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. There must have been another way to get in here in order for me to have seen that. $5? Wow, that pinball machine broke with a lot of money in its belly. All right. I really was trying to be nice to Kim when I said, well, you're Lieutenant Kitsuragi to me.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Hello to Jägermeister, who says, hello Angelicans. Jägermeister, I hope that you're having a great Friday. And gosh, there was something that just happened in your stream. Was it earlier today or yesterday? I'm also having that point in the stream where, like, my memory is rapidly fading, but you were doing a stream, was it of SnowRunner? I think that it was. And something interesting happened that I was going to touch base with you. Yes, you were talking about... Oh, no! Oh, I hate it. I hate it when I make a specific note that I was going to talk to you about something, a topic that you brought up. About exercising, wasn't it? Yeah! Yeah, you were talking about pickleball, I think it was, and What was the question I was going to ask? This is this moment of desperately trying to remember the interesting topic that somebody brought up because I wanted to ask them something about it has been brought to you by my own terrible memory. Yeah, Jägermeister does something for exercising called pickleball, and there was an interesting, like, there was some question that I wanted to follow up with him about in Mia's stream, but I didn't want to, like, make a big, like, to-do about it. And now I just don't remember what it was. I should really start making notes of this.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
While I'm choosing... Oh, yeah, I can just say this to Kim. Last maintenance was 88, so that's like 40, 50 years ago? We're in 51 now, so that's 60-ish years ago. I'm very, very bad at math.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
Oh, really? Lieutenant wants to do it. Jägermeister can talk pickleball anytime. I will note, hopefully Moo is still here, I just wanted to say that if Azuric's Blades in the Dark stream goes ahead, as far as I know, we have Donk, Mia, Azuric, and Moo, all of whom are on board. And I feel like there's others that, you know, might be willing to jump in. And it's just a one-off. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like all the pieces are falling into place if people are serious about, like dedicating basically one afternoon to doing a fun RPG adventure. I think it'd be super fun. Oh, and maybe a Groomfee, really? That would be, because like the target number is 4. It's not to say that it couldn't accept more, but I feel like in the spirit of everybody being brand new about it, or wait. Oh, sorry, BTR is also possibly in it. Jägermeister's also saying in pickleball, I play 5 times a week trying to lose weight with it. It sounds really intense in terms of like physical exercise. Okay, genius. The elevator was not last maintained in the future. They're talking about 60 years ago. Maintained a long time ago.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Let's look at the controls.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. The small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago.
So, fun fact about me, I usually don't take elevators. And sometimes people think of it as a desire to like take the stairs to be in shape. And sometimes people take it to mean like that I have a fear of elevators. The actual answer is I don't mind taking the stairs, and I'm not afraid of getting stuck in the elevator. I just don't want to. It sounds like it's like just covering up for the same thing, but honest to God, I've taken elevators many times. I get into elevators when I'm like, I've got like a big cart of stuff that I have to move. I've got like a hand truck or a whole bunch of stuff that's too heavy to carry. I throw it in the elevator and I go up, and it's not a big deal. However, if I can take the stairs, I usually opt to, because A, yeah, it's some exercise, but B, if I take the stairs, I don't get inconvenienced by getting stuck in the elevator. I'm not afraid of it. It's just like, oh, God damn it. I had stuff that I wanted to do today. I've never been stuck in an elevator. It doesn't strike me as being very likely. But yeah, if I can take the stairs, I always will. I wonder what this elevator was used for.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Oh, wait, Grumpy is bouncing out in real time, apparently bouncing out of Blades in the Dark. Let's close the doors and go up. And here specifically, like, we're trying to figure out, well, I'm trying to figure out who could have taken the shot from the roof, and this freight elevator, I think I know exactly where it comes out. Moo saying also I really wanted to say something about Salamander having pickled eggs and Jägermeister having pickled ... Small windows taped shut with black plastic you can't see outside. There's a light on in here. Schematics for pinball machines, futurism themed. At least it sure looks like there's a light on here. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelf. So far, this seems like a completely mundane repair center. This pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Looks like they gave up on fixing pinball machines at some point. This used to be a pinball workshop. Boy, I'm really gonna get Detective of the Year if I put that together.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
I guess I am going to say this. I feel like I'm gonna make Kim dizzy and pass out from how much he rolls his eyes.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all left over from that.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
Why does my skin crawl? It's a fact about what happened. It's super weird. Could this mean the Whirling in Rags really is a part of the doomed commercial area? Are we still on that?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
Stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this. It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
Inland Empire, shut the hell up. Oh, wait, footprints. Footprints in the dust. I'm gonna save it before I look at this. Wait, before I look at it, what do we think that footprints in the dust are gonna rely on? I have very empathetic shoes. No, I don't want that. I need my empathy. Logic and authority. Yeah, I don't need to be authoritative with footprints in the dust. No. Scented scarf. I also don't need to be dramatic. I'm gonna put on the scented scarf to get the shivers. I'm making a lot of bold assumptions about what the footprints are going to... Oh, wait. Do I want to have better shoes? Yeah, I don't need empathy to look at these. Let's put on these boots. Alright. Let's go look at this.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Someone's been here within the last look or two. Let's have a closer look.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
Sole could be bigger than Vamp. I don't know what that means. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The sole of the shoe... I don't know what Vamp is in that sentence. Uniform horizontal lines, though, gives us what sounds like a pattern on the sole.
This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom-made or old-fashioned. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is.
This print doesn't look like the odd-soled print that we found at the hanging, Kim.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. I wouldn't rule out Ruby coming here yet. This isn't an argument against her. People change shoes, you know? But it's not an argument for her either.
Jägermeister's back to driving home. Jägermeister, safe drive, and hopefully we'll see you again a little bit later in the weekend. This doesn't look like the worker boots from the hanging either.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
You know what I want to look at? I want to look at the boots that are still on the guy that's hanging outside. I want to know if those boots have horizontal lines on them, because his armor that we're wearing the gloves on right now was custom made and fitted for him and his two soldier buddies, and I have long suspected that one of the soldier buddies was the one that took the shot. And there's a man and a woman who were on his team, and the guy is a super big guy, so I'm thinking that it's the as yet unseen sort of female compatriot.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Someone's been here within the last week or two.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball memory.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
All right, what does this mean? Wait, before I answer that, so I just picked up a new skill point, and I'm seriously thinking about throwing in for one of these. So if I really want to go down the line of, oh shit, I don't want to lose 2 points of visual calculus, not when we're like doing all this stuff. Regular law official. I wouldn't mind losing 2 points of Inland Empire. White Morning. What even is this? 5 hours, I don't know. Actual art degree. Art cop. I don't know if I want to be art cop. Motorway South. Oh, right. This is one of the ones that I actually was interested in. This is specifically about the armor. I get a temporary research bonus of -1 savoir-faire. But I would learn more about this armor. I think I might actually pick this one up. And I wanted to do it early in the day because we're going to go around and talk to people, and that tends to make the hands and the clock move. I might learn this one. Then there's a litany of Contact Mike that takes 15 minutes. I don't know how I feel about that. And here's the thing, you never know what you unlock of any of these until you do it. I think I'm going to learn Fairweather T500. And I think I'm going to put it right here, because as far as I can tell, there's no adjacency bonuses or whatever. Oh, I'd really rather work up my things, but I want to do this early in the day, and hopefully we'll get another point that we can spend a little bit later. So, pop. Confirm. Fairweather. All right. So that's going to cost me some savoir-faire for a while. All right, so what does all this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route leading to the roof. The roof from where you can shoot our victim. This is significant. These prints, officer, could be the prints of our killer. And if not, at least they're a good argument for this Ruby doing it. To present to Titus.
All right, let's move on. Also, why is this... Yeah, I already spent my point. I've made my choice. All right. Oh, wait, did we look in here? I don't think we did. Pinball Maker's Coat. +1 empathy and +1 hand-eye coordination. I like all that. What am I wearing right now? Esprit de Corps and Visual Calculus. Well, I really like Visual Calculus. Yeah, as long as I'm not talking to anybody, I'm going to keep on my anti-authority glasses. There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bed... There's a peephole into her bedroom?
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
I think I can see into Classia's bedroom here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here.
Enough to know if there's two people in there, though. Enough to sit in here and know when they're going to be in there.
The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
What were those people doing in there?
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural.
I feel like Classia really needs to know about that.
This is the inside of the barred door you've seen before.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Classia about this route. See how she reacts?
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction.
So, let's just pause to take one note of the fact that the door is barred from the inside. That means, and this is what I would expect, that if somebody was out here and they shot in there, this was then also their escape route. They went in here, they barred the door, and then they went downstairs and left. And that all would have happened while Classia was, when I say cowering, I mean like running, making sensible decisions about not being near the windows and trying to get herself squared away. Now, the only thing is that the person who did it would have had to exit into the kitchen. Based on the hour, we know the chef wouldn't have been there because we see what time that he gets off, and he gets off before that happens. But Classia went downstairs and said that there were a lot of other people there, including Ruby, which Ruby is on our suspect list. We'd have to know who wasn't there when the whole thing happened. I'm just sort of trying to put together a timeline of everything. Here's my point. Somebody joined the party on Thursday or whatever it was, late. No, she called the cops on Thursday. Whatever day it was.
Hello, officer.
Oh, hold on.
What brings you up here again?
Hold on. Because I don't think that I need to be wearing my anti-authority glasses. I've got plenty of logic. And my necktie, let's put on drama again. Where's my empathy sneakers? Alright, we got that. The rest of this looks okay.
Hello, officer.
Alright, let me ask her about the room.
Again? Yeah?
Did you ever know that this leads to a downstairs elevator?
I did not. Do you think this has something to do with what happened?
It's possible.
She keeps looking at the door with a worried expression. The wind ruffles her hair.
Yeah, there's times in your life that you might come across information that to share it with somebody is technically true but serves only to hurt them. And then there's information that is very important for them to know immediately, or else the lack of knowledge will continue to hurt them. This is that second track. There's a peephole on the other side into your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
The lieutenant points to her window. The unmade bed is visible through the glass.
Okay.
There's a pause as she processes this information.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
We don't know at this point.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
Do you have any idea who made it?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know.
She does. She must have some idea.
I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
You had to have some idea.
Honestly, I have no clue.
Yet, maybe it's something she's keeping for a later move, when she's more sure of herself.
Why? Why would she continue to hold back information at this point? How much more trustworthy do we have to demonstrate ourselves to be to this person? All right, there were tracks in the floor, and they're recent.
Huh. This isn't good.
Thank you, Klasia. Okay. There's an old pinball workshop. The room back there, this place used to be a pinball arcade.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun.
That's all for now.
Mm-hmm.
She flicks the ash from her cigarette absent-mindedly.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead furrowed.
So this is a relatively recent thought that I had when I was coming up here just today. Hate to say it, but you've got sad all over the place.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
What exactly is the nature of this contamination?
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
She taps the roof with her heel. Yeah, she's referencing the trashed hostel room downstairs. Something is bad in my head in the past, sure.
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past.
It's a feeling, white and filled with doom, gaseous, invisible, deadly, it's everywhere. If we cannot connect with her over chronic depression, what can we connect with her about?
Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got. With a bit of old love sprinkled on top.
Probably.
Love is terror.
She breathes in a large billow of menthol-infused smoke, savors it, and then lets it out slowly. I think I have...
All right.
She's suddenly very loud. I did not touch the volume here. I don't think I have any more questions about this.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
Okay, you can demand that all you want. I'm not interested.
She slowly lights.
Okay, so let's go talk to Gart about what we found in the secret crawl space elevator, freight elevator. But it seems to me we know that there were people. I have all sorts of questions now. Based on the timeline, there was a group of people downstairs to meet Klasia, and that group of people would have been present, not necessarily to notice, but to be there if somebody accessed that secret passage. I did start internalizing that thought, right? Yes, I did. Okay.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
What if I told you it... Oh, I do want to talk to him about the peephole, too, but let's start with behind the blue steel door. See, with Klasia, we said it immediately. You don't bury that lead. That's horrible, and she needs to know about it right away. You don't drop that later in the conversation. You tell her about it as soon as you find out. For Gart... Hey, Gart, let me just ask you a few questions. You got behind that blue steel door. What do you think about that?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He controls his excitement well. He seems happy that we did it.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Aren't you going to ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Pinball machines. It was a pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
I can say pinball is stupid, but I'm not Kim, so... Also, I doubt very, very much, based on my very limited hand-to-eye coordination, that I would be up for a game. So I didn't check. Pinball isn't relevant to the investigation.
I was just wondering, if you found pinball machines there...
He was wondering about something business-related, about how much money he could make of one.
It's fine, he can wonder about that. It's a reasonable question. If you're thinking about selling those pinball machines, I want a fat cut, C-suite shit. Beat your chest. I'm a disruptor. I actually don't care about staying here anymore. Thinking about turning this place back into a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. Well, the machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
I don't see why I should tell him about that. I do want to tell him about the peephole in the wall.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Classia's bedroom. I found it when I went up to... when I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
See, much like Classia, who it turns out did lie to me multiple times, this behavior is not the behavior of somebody who knew what was back there. If somebody knew what was back there, he wouldn't be expressing... delight at the fact that I'd gotten back there. He wouldn't be excited about it. It just... If he had had something to do with it, I would expect to like, oh, holes in the wall? Who says that they're peepholes? A rat could have chewed that.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not.
Why would I want to say this? The Whirling is part of the doomed commercial area. So... I've been cautioned by, I don't know, empathy or logic or whoever, that he's not going to be happy to hear about this. And I don't know why I would say it. So I don't want to say that.
Yes.
All right. Now, we've got a whole pile of people to talk to, and I think that is going to be where we call it for today. This has been an extremely productive episode, and I enjoyed this one a lot. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because I often have a very positive things to say about the games that we play, because it turns out games are real good. And when you focus on the word of mouth that you get from other people here on the internet and the streaming community, it's fairly uncommon that we wind up playing something that isn't very much fun. So, as a rule, I have a lot of fun playing the different games that we play. When it comes to episode 11 of Disco Elysium, the last episode, this was episode 12, the last episode was real rough. I came into it with the expectation that we would be wrapping up our Wednesday and maybe investigating a couple of Phasmid traps and then talking to Lena and sleeping at our new place. And episode 11 just went, and this was by choice, but on and on and on, like so much talk with these like music guys that were in their tent, and then we were talking with a cell, and then it was a lot. It was just, and like none of it felt like it was remotely relevant to any storyline that we'd picked up before. Episode 11 of Disco Elysium was the first episode that I came away from it feeling like, what was any of that about? And that happens sometimes, especially on long-form games that are going to unfold over the course of many dozens of hours, potentially. I have no idea how long it takes to finish Disco Elysium, but I knew when we went into this that it was going to be in for a long haul, and not every episode, not every storyline, not every conversation is going to be exactly even, but episode 11 was the first one of like, oh, that was not necessarily for me. And I only bring this up at the end of episode 12 because this really got back to it. I feel like we learned a lot about the case. I feel like we really uncovered some cool details about the storyline and got things moving again. And even the stuff that we did talking with the kids that wanted to set up the music shop, well, they actually want to set up a drug lab. And the fact that my character is pretty much on board with the drug lab, I like the fact that that's a choice that we can make. So anyway, it was a very, very fun episode, and we are back on track. And I wanted to save that feedback for the end of the episode because sometimes if you like really love a game, and you tune into a stream and you hear somebody like being less enthusiastic about it, it can inappropriately set an expectation like, oh, they're not going to engage with it in good faith. They're not liking it as much. And no, sometimes you're a little bit up and down on something, not a big deal, and you keep playing and you get right back into it. And fortunately for us, that is exactly what happened. I really had a very good time with this episode. So that is our Disco Elysium episode for this Saturday. It is at least possible that we'll be back tomorrow, but if it's anything, it's going to be, I think, somewhat later in the day, and it's more likely to be our ongoing adventures. It'll be episode 2 of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End. So I hope that we'll see you back here for that. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.